What's up, story lovers? Welcome to Dark Harry. In today's video, we have a fantastic tale for you. What if Harry unleashed Grandmama Addams on Umbridge? She never returned. If this is your first time here, consider subscribing and hitting the bell icon so you never miss a story. And if you're a returning viewer, thank you for your continued support. Alright, let's jump right into it. Chapter 1. The accidental summoning. Blood dripped from Harry's hand as he carved the words into his own skin for what felt like the 100th time. I must not tell lies. I must not tell lies. I must not tell lies. The quill scratched against parchment, each stroke etching deeper into his flesh. Ahem. Umbridge's irritating little cough made Harry's shoulders tense. He didn't look up. Don't give her the satisfaction. Mr. Potter, you seem distracted tonight. Her voice dripped with false sweetness, the sound making Harry's teeth clench. Perhaps another hour will help you, focus. Harry bit his tongue so hard he tasted copper. Yes, Professor Umbridge, he managed. High Inquisitor, she corrected, her toad-like face stretching into a wide smile. You really must learn proper respect. The clock ticked away another excruciating hour before she finally dismissed him. Harry shoved his bleeding hand into his pocket and bolted before she could find another excuse to keep him. The corridors were empty, past curfew. Great. Now Filch would have an excuse to give him another detention if he caught him. Harry took the hidden passages Fred and George had shown him, his hand throbbing with every heartbeat. Mimbulus Mimbletonia, he muttered at the fat lady, who swung open with a concerned glance at his pale face. The common room was nearly empty, just Hermione hunched over a massive, ancient-looking book, and Ron dozing in an armchair beside her. Hermione's head snapped up as he entered. Oh my God, Harry! She jumped to her feet, knocking over a stack of notes. Your hand, it's bleeding through your pocket. Harry looked down. A dark stain had spread across his robes. It's fine. It's not fine. Hermione hissed, grabbing his wrist and pulling his hand out. The words stood out, raw and bloody, against his skin. This isn't detention, it's torture. Tell Dumbledore something new. Harry snapped, yanking his hand back. He's avoiding me, remember? Won't even look at me. Snape's teaching me a clemency by mind-raping me every session. The Ministry's calling me a liar. Voldemort's back, and nobody's doing a bloody thing except making me carve words into my own hand. Ron jerked awake at Harry's outburst. What's happening? Hermione bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. We have to do something. Like what? Harry collapsed into the chair opposite Ron. Umbridge has the Ministry behind her. Fudge would love an excuse to chuck me into Azkaban. Hermione's eyes darted to the ancient book she'd been reading. Maybe there's another way. Harry followed her gaze. What's that? I found it in the back corner of the library, behind a loose stone in the wall. Hermione lowered her voice. It's not in the restricted section because nobody knows it exists. It's called Guardians Beyond the Veil. Ron leaned forward, suddenly wide awake. Hermione. You stole a secret book. I borrowed it, she corrected primly. And only because things are desperate. She turned the book toward Harry. It contains summoning rituals for protective spirits and guardians from elsewhere. Harry stared at the yellowed pages covered in intricate diagrams and spidery text. Elsewhere. Other realms. Places beyond our world. Hermione tapped a complex circular pattern. This one summons a protective guardian for those unjustly persecuted. It's meant to call forth a spirit with the wisdom and power to shield the innocent. Sounds like dark magic, Ron muttered. It's not dark. Hermione insisted. It's just, old. Pre-ministry. Before they standardized spell classifications. She turned to Harry. We could do it in the room of requirement, during the next DA meeting. The room would provide everything we need. Harry stared at his bloody hand. Umbridge would be back at it tomorrow, and the next day, and the day after that. She'd find some excuse to give him detention until his hand was permanently scarred. "Let's do it," he said. 3 days later, the DA gathered in the room of requirement. Harry had asked for a space for ritual magic, and the room had delivered, a circular chamber with a stone floor etched with arcane symbols. Torches burned with blue flames along the walls, casting eerie shadows. "This is bloody mental," Ron muttered as Hermione directed people to stand around the edge of the circle. "It'll work," Hermione insisted, checking the book for the dozenth time. Harry stands in the center. The rest of us focus our intent to protect him. "Are you sure this is safe?" Neville asked, eyeing the symbols nervously. "Absolutely," Hermione lied with forced confidence. Harry stepped into the center of the circle, his scarred hand extended. "What do I say?" Hermione handed him a piece of parchment. "Read this. Focus on needing protection from Umbridge." The DA members linked hands around the circle. Harry unfolded the parchment and began to read, his voice echoing strangely in the chamber. "Guardian beyond the veil, I call to thee. Through trials and torment undeserved, I seek thy aid. Cross the boundary between worlds, bring thy wisdom and protection to one persecuted unjustly." The blue torch flames flickered. The air in the center of the circle began to shimmer. "By blood unwillingly given," Harry continued, holding up his scarred hand, "I open the way." The room temperature plummeted. Frost crackled across the stone floor, spreading from the center outward. "Something's wrong," Hermione whispered, clutching the book. "It's not supposed to." A thunderous crack split the air. The circle of symbols blazed with golden light, then shifted to a sickly green. The shimmering air in the center coalesced into a swirling vortex. "Don't break the circle," Hermione shouted as several students tried to back away. "It could be dangerous." The vortex expanded, lightning crackling around its edges. A smell like burning herbs and something unidentifiably pungent filled the room. The center of the vortex darkened, and a shape began to form, not the misty guardian spirit Hermione had described, but something solid. With a final deafening crack, the vortex collapsed inward, and a figure tumbled onto the stone floor, accompanied by a large, bubbling cauldron that crashed down beside her. Smoke billowed from the cauldron, filling the room with an eye-watering stench. Through the haze, Harry made out a wild-haired old woman in a tattered black dress, picking herself up and muttering curses that made even Fred and George's eyebrows rise. "Who dares interrupt Grandmama Addams in the middle of brewing?" she demanded, her voice raspy but powerful. She squinted around the room, taking in the circle of stunned teenagers. "What is this? A school? Summoning me in the middle of my Wednesday nightshade reduction?" The old woman, Grandmama Addams, bent to examine her cauldron, which was still bubbling ominously. "Ruined. 3 weeks of preparation, wasted." She straightened up, eyes narrowing as she focused on Harry. "You. Boy with the lightning scar. Did you summon me?" Harry nodded, speechless. Grandmama stomped forward, surprisingly spry for someone who looked at least a century old. She grabbed Harry's wrist and turned his scarred hand palm up. "Blood magic?" she asked, examining the words cut into his flesh. "Interesting technique, but crude. Very crude. Who did this to you?" "Our defense against the dark arts teacher," Harry replied, finding his voice. "Umbridge. It's a punishment quill." Grandmama's wrinkled face contorted with sudden rage. "A teacher did this? To a child?" She released Harry's hand and spun around to face Hermione. "You, girl with the smart eyes. Where am I?" "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," Hermione answered automatically. "In Scotland. We were trying to summon a guardian spirit, not a person." Grandmama supplied. "Well, surprise. You got one anyway." She turned back to Harry. Tell me about this Umbridge. As Harry explained Umbridge's reign of terror, the blood quill, the educational decrees, the suppression of Voldemort's return, the systematic dismantling of any real defense education, Grandmama's expression grew darker. So this pink-toed woman tortures children, prevents them from learning to defend themselves against a dark wizard, and has the backing of your government, she summarized. Harry nodded. A slow, terrifying smile spread across Grandmama's face. How delightful. I haven't had this much fun since the Salem witch trials. I turned 3 judges into newts. She cackled. They got better, mostly. Hermione stepped forward cautiously. Mrs. Addams, we need to send you back. The ritual wasn't meant to bring a person through dimensions. Grandmama waved a dismissive hand. Oh, I'll get back. Gomez will have Fester searching the netherworlds for me by midnight. Her eyes gleamed as she looked at Harry's hand again. But not before I teach this Umbridge woman about proper educational methods. She reached into the pocket of her dress and pulled out a gnarled wand, blackened with age. With a quick flick, she summoned her cauldron closer. First things first, she declared, we need to fix that hand. I've tried essence of myrtlap, Hermione said. It helps with the pain but doesn't heal the wounds completely. Grandmama snorted. Myrtlap. Children's remedies. She rummaged in another pocket and produced a collection of vials and pouches. Hand me that ladle, red-headed boy. Yes, you. Ron cautiously passed her a ladle that had appeared next to the cauldron. Grandmama tipped various substances into the cauldron, some powder that smelled of graveyard dirt, liquid that bubbled like mercury but glowed purple, and something that looked disturbingly like dried eyeballs. Mrs. Addams, Hermione ventured, are those restricted substances? Restricted? Grandmama cackled. Child, everything worth brewing with is restricted somewhere. This one's been banned in 17 countries. She stirred the mixture vigorously. Perfect. Now, Lightning Boy, give me your hand. Harry hesitated. I won't bite, she assured him. Not unless you ask nicely. Harry extended his scarred hand. Grandmama dipped a gnarled finger into the cauldron and smeared a thick, greenish paste across the wounds. Instantly, Harry felt a burning sensation followed by blessed relief. Before his eyes, the cuts began to close, the redness fading. There, Grandmama said with satisfaction. It'll leave a faint scar, curses always do, but it won't pain you anymore. The DA members crowded around, exclaiming over the nearly healed wounds. That's brilliant. Ron said. Could you make more for the other students she's been torturing? Of course, Grandmama replied. But treating the symptoms isn't enough. We need to cure the disease. She turned to Harry. Tell me, boy, when does this Umbridge woman sleep? And does she lock her quarters? Hermione's eyes widened. Mrs. Addams, you can't be suggesting, oh, but I am, Grandmama interrupted. Nothing fatal, mind you. Just, educational. We can't risk it, Hermione insisted. She has the backing of the ministry. If anything happens to her, then it needs to look like an accident, Grandmama concluded. Or better yet, like she did it to herself. She rubbed her hands together. My specialty. The room of requirement shifted around them, expanding to include a workbench laden with ingredients, a shelf of ancient-looking books, and a large four-poster bed in the corner. The room is accommodating me, Grandmama observed with delight. How thoughtful. I'll need a place to stay while I'm here. You can't just live in Hogwarts. Hermione exclaimed. Watch me, dear, Grandmama replied, already examining the ingredients on the workbench. Now, tell me everything about this Umbridge woman. Her habits, her schedule, her favorite tea. 3 hours later, the DA meeting had turned into a strategy session unlike any before. Grandmama Addams sat in a high-backed chair that had materialized for her, holding court like a general planning a campaign. The initial shock of her arrival had given way to cautious fascination among the students. So she inspects the Great Hall during breakfast, then conducts her sham classes, then spends afternoons writing reports to the minister, Grandmama summarized, tapping her gnarled fingers on the armrest. And she drinks that revolting pink tea throughout the day. 5 cups minimum, confirmed Parvati Patil. I've counted during inspections. Grandmama's smile would have terrified a dementor. Perfect. What exactly are you planning? Harry asked. A little lesson in consequence, Grandmama replied. Nothing that will kill her. Death is too quick, too kind for someone who tortures children. She reached for a small vial on the table beside her. This, however, will make her experience exactly what she inflicts on others. The vial contained a silvery liquid that seemed to move of its own accord. What is that? Hermione asked, curiosity overcoming her reservations. Empathy essence, Grandmama answered. An Addams family recipe. 1 drop in her tea, and for the next 24 hours, any pain she causes will be reflected back on her tenfold. That's... Hermione hesitated. Justice, Harry finished firmly. How do we get it into her tea? Leave that to me, Fred and George said in unison, exchanging mischievous glances. I like these too, Grandmama declared, handing the vial to Fred. They remind me of my nephews, Gomez and Fester, at their age. Before Fester lost all his hair in that glorious dynamite accident. Is your whole family, like you? Neville asked hesitantly. Magical? Grandmama cackled. Oh yes, though the ministries of your world might classify our magic differently. We Addamses have always practiced the old ways. Nature magic. Blood magic. The magic of consequences. She winked at Neville. The kind that makes governments nervous. The ministry classifies those as dark arts, Hermione pointed out. Grandmama scoffed. Dark arts? Nonsense. Magic isn't dark or light, it's the intent that matters. She fixed Hermione with a penetrating stare. Is it dark to protect a child from torture? Is it light to allow a tyrant to abuse her power? Hermione had no answer. We should get back to our dormitories, Harry said, checking his watch. It's almost curfew, and the last thing we need is Filch catching us all out of bounds. I'll stay here, Grandmama announced. This room will provide everything I need. Tomorrow, we begin Umbridge's education. She turned to Fred and George. You boys, come see me before breakfast. We'll need to discuss the delivery method for our little potion. As the DA members filed out, Harry lingered behind. Mrs. Addams, he began, thank you for helping with my hand, but, how did you get here? And how will you get home? Grandmama patted his cheek with a hand that smelled of herbs and something metallic that Harry didn't want to identify. Dimensional travel happens more often than you'd think, boy. The veil between worlds is thinner in places of power, like this castle. She gestured around them. As for getting home, don't worry. Wednesday was helping with the potion. That girl has a sixth sense for disaster. She'll alert the family, and they'll find a way to contact me. Her eyes twinkled. Until then, I might as well make myself useful. But what if Umbridge discovers you're here? Grandmama's smile showed too many teeth. Let her try to find me. I've been evading witch hunters for centuries. One pink bureaucrat doesn't worry me. She shooed him toward the door. Go on now. Get some sleep. Tomorrow will be entertaining. Harry slept better that night than he had in months, his hand pain-free for the first time since Umbridge's detentions began. He woke feeling refreshed, almost optimistic as he headed down to breakfast with Ron and Hermione. Do you think Fred and George managed it? Ron whispered as they entered the Great Hall. As if in answer, the twins appeared beside them, looking entirely too innocent. Mission accomplished, Fred murmured. House elves were very cooperative, George added. Especially after we explained about the blood quill. You told the house elves. Hermione hissed. They already knew, Fred replied. They see everything in this castle. And they hate her, George continued. Apparently she called Dobby vermin last week. Harry's gaze drifted to the high table, where Umbridge sat in her usual spot, sipping from a pink teacup. She looked the same as always, toad-like face set in a smug smile as she surveyed the students. How long until it takes effect? Harry asked. Grandmama said about 20 minutes after ingestion, Fred answered. Just in time for her first class of the day. Which is 5th year defense against the dark arts, Ron said with a grin. Us. Harry could barely concentrate on his breakfast, anticipation making his stomach flutter. They headed to defense class early, securing seats with a good view of Umbridge's desk. The rest of the class trickled in, none of them looking forward to another session of reading Slinkard's useless textbook. Umbridge entered precisely on time, her heels clicking on the stone floor. Good morning, children, she simpered. Good morning, Professor Umbridge, the class droned. Wands away, books out, she instructed, as usual. Continue reading chapter 12. There will be no need to talk. She settled at her desk, taking another sip from her ever-present teacup. Harry watched from the corner of his eye as she removed a stack of parchment from her drawer, detention slips, no doubt, ready to be handed out at the slightest provocation. 10 minutes into silent reading, it happened. Umbridge gasped, dropping her quill. She stared at her hand in confusion as an angry red line appeared across the back of it, forming words in her own handwriting, I must not abuse power. She scrambled to her feet, knocking over her teacup. Who did this? She demanded, her voice higher than usual. Which one of you is responsible for this prank? No one answered. No one had done anything, at least nothing she could see. Mr. Potter, she snapped. I know you're behind this. Harry looked up from his book with practiced innocence. Behind what, Professor? Before she could answer, another line carved itself into her hand. She let out a squeak of pain, clutching her wrist. What's happening? Lavender Brown asked, wide-eyed. Nothing. Umbridge snapped. Return to your reading immediately. But it was too late. The entire class had noticed her distress. Whispers rippled through the room as Umbridge fumbled in her pocket for her wand, attempting to counter whatever spell had afflicted her. Finite incantatem, she hissed. Nothing changed. The words remained, raw and red against her skin. Perhaps you should see Madame Pomfrey, Hermione suggested with exaggerated concern. I do not need the hospital wing. Umbridge's face had turned an alarming shade of puce. 5 points from Gryffindor for speaking out of turn, Miss Granger. The moment the punishment left her lips, Umbridge yelped as a third line appeared on her hand. Her eyes bulged with shock and dawning horror. Class dismissed, she shrieked, fleeing the room with her injured hand cradled against her chest. The student sat frozen for a moment, then erupted into excited conversation. Did you see that? What happened to her hand? It looked just like what happens with the blood quill. Harry exchanged triumphant glances with Ron and Hermione. Round 1 to Grandmama, he murmured. By lunchtime, the story had spread throughout the school. Umbridge had not been seen since fleeing her classroom, reportedly locking herself in her office. The staff table was abuzz with speculation, though McGonagall's tight-lipped expression suggested she might have suspicions about the cause. We should check in with Grandmama, Harry said as they finished lunch. See what's next in her plan. The three of them made their way to the 7th floor, carefully checking for Inquisitorial Squad members before approaching the room of requirement. The door appeared after Harry's third pass, revealing a space transformed from the previous night. The room now resembled an eccentric combination of potion laboratory and Victorian parlor. Herbs hung from the ceiling, drying in fragrant bunches. Shelves lined the walls, filled with ingredients labeled in spidery handwriting. A large cauldron bubbled in the corner, emitting occasional sparks of blue fire. Grandmama Addams sat in an ornate armchair, reading a massive tome while stirring a cup of something that smelled strongly of licorice and formaldehyde. "Ah, the conspirators return," she greeted them cheerfully. "How did our little experiment go?" "Brilliantly," Ron answered. "She completely lost it when the writing appeared on her hand. And she's been hiding in her office ever since," Harry added. "No one's seen her since morning class." Grandmama chuckled, the sound like dry leaves rustling. "That's just the beginning. The empathy essence will last until tomorrow morning. Every punishment she assigns, every mean thought she harbors, all of it will manifest physically." Hermione perched nervously on the edge of a chair. "What if she connects it to her tea? Or suspects the house elves?" "Impossible," Grandmama assured her. "The essence is untraceable once consumed. And its effects will seem like poetic justice rather than magical interference." She set down her cup. "Besides, we're just getting started." She beckoned them closer and pointed to a series of small objects arranged on a side table, a hair ribbon in Umbridge signature pink, a quill that Harry recognized with a shudder, and a small leather-bound book. "The twins brought me these," Grandmama explained. "Personal items connected to our target. Perfect for Phase 2. "What's Phase 2? Harry asked, both apprehensive and excited. Grandmama picked up the blood quill, examining it with distaste. "This nasty little artifact works by using the writer's blood as ink, yes. Creating a magical connection between person and parchment." Hermione nodded. "It's a banned dark object, except for official contracts at Gringotts. Yet she uses it on children," Grandmama's voice hardened. "For Phase 2, we're going to modify that connection." She pulled a sheet of parchment from her pocket, covered in complex diagrams. "Every educational decree she's posted contains her signature, yes. Written with a standard quill but containing her magical intent." "Yes," Harry confirmed. "There are dozens of them now, all over the castle." "Excellent." Grandmama's smile was downright predatory. "Tonight, we'll enchant those decrees. Every hateful restriction she's imposed will become visible for what it truly is." "How?" Ron asked. Instead of answering, Grandmama handed him a small vial of black liquid. "One drop on the signature of each decree. The twins know what to do." She turned to Hermione. "You, clever girl, I have a special task for. How familiar are you with revealing charms?" "I know several," Hermione answered cautiously. "Good. I need you to modify this one." Grandmama handed her a piece of parchment with a spell written in elegant script. "It's similar to your Revelio, but it exposes intent rather than concealment. Add it to your prefect rounds tonight." Finally, she turned to Harry. "And you, lightning boy, will be our distraction. I understand you have a certain talent for attracting attention." Harry grinned. "I've been told it's my specialty." "Perfect." Grandmama rubbed her hands together gleefully. "Now listen carefully. Tomorrow morning, during breakfast." The rest of the day passed in a blur of anticipation. Umbridge didn't appear for dinner, sending a note that she was indisposed. McGonagall read the message with a raised eyebrow that suggested she wasn't entirely displeased by this development. That night, while Harry created a diversion by accidentally setting off a series of Weasley's wildfire whiz-bangs near the Inquisitorial Squad's patrol route, Fred and George slipped through the corridors, administering Grandmama's potion to each educational decree. Hermione, on legitimate prefect duties, subtly cast the modified revealing charm throughout the castle. By midnight, all was ready for Phase 2. Harry slept fitfully, too excited about the morning to rest properly. He was up and dressed before dawn, practically dragging Ron out of bed. "Come on," he urged. "We don't want to miss this." They arrived at the Great Hall early, joining other curious students who'd heard rumors about yesterday's incident. The hall filled quickly, everyone glancing toward the high table where Umbridge's seat remained conspicuously empty. At precisely 8 o'clock, as the mail owls began swooping in with deliveries, the doors to the great hall burst open. Umbridge stood there, looking distinctly worse for wear. Her usually immaculate hair was disheveled, her pink cardigan buttoned incorrectly, and most notably, her hands were wrapped in thick bandages. A hush fell over the hall as she marched to the high table, pointedly ignoring the curious stares. She had just taken her seat when the first scream echoed from the entrance hall. "The decrees," someone shouted. "Look at the decrees." Students and teachers alike rushed to the entrance hall, where the framed educational decrees hung on the wall. Umbridge hurried after them, pushing through the crowd, then stopped dead, her face draining of color. Every decree had transformed. The formal ministry language had rearranged itself to reveal the true intent behind each rule. Educational Decree Number 23, now read, I, Dolores Umbridge, declare my right to torture students who oppose ministry lies. Educational Decree Number 24, proclaimed, students shall not organize because united they might resist my tyranny. Each decree exposed the malice and power hunger behind Umbridge's rules, all still bearing her signature, now glowing and incriminating red. Take them down. Umbridge shrieked at Filch, who stood gaping at the display. Remove them immediately. Filch scurried to obey, but when he touched the first frame, the words rearranged again, now reading, touch me and admit these words are true. He snatched his hand back as if burned. Students were pointing and whispering, some openly laughing. Even some of the teachers appeared to be hiding smiles behind their hands. Silence. Umbridge bellowed, her face now an unhealthy shade of purple. Return to the Great Hall at once. Anyone found discussing these forgeries will face immediate detention. The moment the threat left her lips, she gasped in pain. Through the bandages on her right hand, fresh blood began to seep, forming words that everyone could now see, I must not threaten students. A ripple of shocked murmurs spread through the crowd. Umbridge stared at her bleeding hand in horror, then at the transformed decrees, then at the sea of watching faces. For a moment, she seemed on the verge of complete breakdown. Then she spun on her heel and fled, pink heels clicking frantically on the stone floor as she disappeared down the corridor. McGonagall stepped forward into the stunned silence. All students, return to the Great Hall and finish your breakfast, she ordered, though Harry could have sworn he saw the ghost of a smile on her lips. Classes will proceed as scheduled. As they returned to their seats, Hermione whispered, that was incredible magic. The revealing charm worked exactly as Grandmama described, it exposed the true intent behind her words. Did you see her face? Ron chortled. I thought she was going to explode. It's not over yet, Harry reminded them. This was just phase 2. Grandmama said there's more to come. Throughout the day, reports filtered in from around the castle. Umbridge had been seen rushing to the hospital wing, only to flee when Madame Pomfrey insisted on examining the words appearing on her skin. She'd apparently tried to remove the decrees herself, only to have the frame stick to her hands, requiring Professor Flitwick to disentangle her. By dinner time, a new rumor circulated. Umbridge had contacted the ministry for assistance, but her fluke call had somehow broadcast her hysterical complaints throughout the castle's fireplaces, revealing her contempt for Hogwarts and its students to everyone who happened to be near a hearth at the time. Harry and his friends returned to the room of requirement that evening to find Grandmama Addams humming cheerfully as she sorted through a collection of what appeared to be desiccated animal parts. Ah, my young conspirators, she greeted them. I take it our little demonstration was effective. It was brilliant, Harry said, grinning. She completely lost it. The whole school is talking about it, Ron added. Even the Slytherins are laughing behind her back. Grandmama looked pleased. Good, good. Public humiliation is so educational. She gestured for them to sit. But we mustn't get complacent. Cornered toads become desperate, and desperate bureaucrats can be dangerous. What do you mean? Hermione asked. Your Umbridge woman contacted your minister today, Grandmama replied, setting aside a jar of something that appeared to be moving on its own. My sources in the castle, the ghosts. Harry guessed. Grandmama winked. The ghosts, the portraits, the house elves. All the beings your ministry types tend to overlook. They tell me she's requested Auror assistance, claiming sabotage and assault. That's ridiculous. Ron exclaimed. She's the one assaulting students. Indeed. But power protects its own. Grandmama's expression grew serious. Which is why we must accelerate our timeline. She rose and moved to a large trunk that hadn't been there earlier in the day. Opening it revealed a collection of strange instruments, bottles of various potions, and what appeared to be a shrunken human head. Is that? Hermione began, looking disturbed. Uncle Knuckle, Grandmama said fondly, patting the head. He always wanted to travel after he died. Now's his chance. She rummaged deeper in the trunk. Ah, here we are. She withdrew a small mirror in an ornate black frame. The glass was cloudy, swirling with mist that seemed to move of its own accord. This, she announced, is how we're going to communicate with my family. A two-way mirror? Harry asked, thinking of the one Sirius had given him. Something like that, though a bit more, interdimensional. Grandmama placed the mirror on a table. The Addams family has always had a knack for communicating across boundaries, death, dreams, different planes of existence. This mirror should allow me to contact them tonight, during the witching hour. And then what? Ron asked. Grandmama's smile was terrifying in its delight. Then, dear children, we prepare for the grand finale. She reached into her pocket and withdrew a small, ornate box. Tomorrow night is the full moon, perfect for our purpose. Which is? Hermione pressed. A family reunion, of sorts. Grandmama opened the box, revealing what appeared to be a severed finger bone. My daughter Morticia excels at portal magic. With the right ingredients and the full moon's power, we should be able to create a temporary doorway between our worlds. You're bringing your family here? Harry asked, alarmed and intrigued in equal measure. Just for a brief visit, Grandmama assured him. Long enough to deal with your Umbridge problem permanently. Hermione frowned. Mrs. Addams, what exactly do you mean by deal with and permanently? We can't allow anything fatal. Grandmama cackled. Fatal? Oh, child, death would be far too merciful. She patted Hermione's cheek. No, we Addamses have much more creative ways of handling those who harm children. Before Hermione could question further, the door to the room of requirement burst open. Neville stumbled in, panting and wide-eyed. Harry. She summoned Dementors. What? Harry jumped to his feet. Who? Umbridge? Neville nodded frantically. I overheard her talking to Fudge through the floor. She's convinced the minister that the school is under attack from dark forces. He's authorized Dementors to patrol the corridors starting tomorrow. Dementors? Grandmama inquired, looking curious rather than alarmed. Those wraith-like creatures that feed on happiness and souls. Yes, Harry confirmed grimly. They're horrible. I can fight them off with my Patronus, but most students can't. Not to mention what happened the last time Dementors were at Hogwarts, Hermione added. They attacked Harry on the Quidditch pitch. Grandmama's expression hardened. Soul-sucking creatures used against children. How uncivilized. She turned to the mirror, which had begun to swirl with more active mist. This changes our timeline. We need to contact my family immediately. But it's not midnight yet, Hermione pointed out. Midnight, schmidnight, Grandmama scoffed. Rules are flexible in emergencies. She placed her gnarled hand on the mirror's surface. Blood of my blood, bone of my bone, hear me across the void. The mist in the mirror churned faster, glowing with an eerie green light. The temperature in the room plummeted, frost forming on the windows. "Maman?" A woman's voice, sultry and otherworldly, emanated from the mirror. "Is that you?" "Morticia, my darling." Grandmama exclaimed. "Yes, it's me. I've had the most interesting dimensional displacement." The mist cleared, revealing the face of a hauntingly beautiful woman with skin as pale as moonlight and hair as black as midnight. Her red lips curved into a smile that was both elegant and slightly unnerving. "We've been so worried," Morticia said. "Wednesday said you vanished in mid-brew, cauldron and all. Gomez has been beside himself, he's challenged the fabric of reality to a duel 3 times already." "How marvelous," Grandmama replied fondly. "But I need your help, my dear. I'm at a magical school in another dimension, and there's a particularly nasty woman torturing children. I was planning a measured response, but she's escalated to setting soul-sucking wraiths on the students." Morticia's dark eyes flashed. How delightful. A worthy opponent at last. She turned, calling to someone off-mirror. "Gomez, darling. Mother needs our help with a child-torturing bureaucrat." A man's voice responded with enthusiasm. "Capital. I'll get my dueling swords." Morticia turned back to the mirror. "We'll prepare immediately. The full moon is tomorrow night in our dimension too, perfect for cross-dimensional portal work. Do you have the necessary ingredients?" "Almost everything," Grandmama confirmed. "I'm missing thornwood ash and a properly consecrated portal anchor." "Leave those to us," Morticia assured her. "Wednesday has been experimenting with portal magic since you disappeared, something about retrieving her pet spider from the 6th dimension." She smiled serenely. "You know how teenagers are with their pets." "Indeed," Grandmama agreed, glancing at the wide-eyed Hogwarts students watching the exchange. "I've made some new friends here, bright children with a properly developed sense of justice." "How lovely," Morticia purred. "Pugsley will be so pleased to meet them. He's been looking for new playmates since the last ones expired." Neville made a small, strangled sound. "Tell the family to prepare," Grandmama instructed. "We'll open the portal at midnight tomorrow, during the full moon's apex." "We'll be ready," Morticia promised. "And Mother? Do save some of this bureaucrat for us. Gomez so loves to make examples of child abusers." The mirror clouded over, Morticia's face fading back into swirling mist. Grandmama turned to the students, looking inordinately pleased. "Well. That's settled. My family will arrive tomorrow night, and then your Umbridge problem will be permanently solved." "Mrs. Addams," Hermione began cautiously, "what exactly will your family do to Professor Umbridge?" "Nothing fatal," Grandmama assured her, though her definition of fatal clearly left considerable room for interpretation. "But very, very educational." She rubbed her hands together. "Now, we need to prepare for the Dementors. Those creatures may be formidable, but they've never encountered Addams family magic." She moved to her cauldron and began adding ingredients with practiced efficiency. "Lightning Boy, Harry, you mentioned a spell that repels these wraiths." "The Patronus charm," Harry confirmed. "It creates a guardian made of positive energy that drives Dementors away." "Interesting approach," Grandmama murmured. "We Addamses tend to fight fire with fire, or in this case, darkness with darkness." She stirred the bubbling concoction. "These Dementors feed on happiness and souls, yes. What if we give them something indigestible?" Ron frowned. "What do you mean?" "Centuries ago, during the Spanish Inquisition, my ancestors developed a potion to repel soul hunters, nasty creatures similar to your Dementors. It works by temporarily infusing the drinker with an essence that's toxic to soul feeders." Grandmama added what looked suspiciously like a pickled bat wing to the cauldron. "One sip, and any Dementor that approaches will find itself with the magical equivalent of severe indigestion." "That's brilliant!" Harry exclaimed. "But how do we distribute it to the entire school?" Grandmama's eyes twinkled. The same way we got the empathy essence to Umbridge, through the kitchens. A few drops in the morning pumpkin juice should protect everyone for at least 24 hours. The house elves will help, Hermione said with certainty. They're already on our side. Excellent. Grandmama capped a vial of the completed potion. Now, all we need is to prepare for tomorrow night's grand finale. As they planned deep into the night, Harry couldn't help but feel a surge of hope. For the first time since Umbridge's reign of terror began, they weren't just resisting, they were fighting back. And with Grandmama Addams and her mysterious family on their side, Umbridge didn't stand a chance. The next morning dawned gray and forbidding, thick clouds obscuring the sky, perfect Dementor weather. Students gathered nervously in the Great Hall, rumors about the Ministry's latest decree spreading like wildfire. Umbridge stood at the high table, looking both smug and slightly unhinged. Her hands remained bandaged, but she'd regained some of her composure, surveying the room with beady eyes. "Attention, students," she announced in her sickly sweet voice. "Due to recent disturbances of a clearly dark nature, the Ministry has authorized additional security measures. Dementors will patrol the corridors between classes." Her smile widened. "Anyone found engaging in prohibited activities will be escorted directly to detention by these security personnel." Murmurs of fear rippled through the hall. Umbridge's smile faltered slightly when her gaze landed on Harry, who stared back at her with calm defiance, casually sipping his pumpkin juice. "Drink up," he muttered to the DA members around him. "Every drop." Throughout the hall, those in on the plan made sure their housemates consumed their entire goblets of pumpkin juice, which had been laced with Grandmama's anti-dementor potion. The house elves, led by an enthusiastic Dobby, had ensured every student received the protective dose. "Is it working?" Neville whispered, shuddering as he finished his juice. "I don't feel any different." "You won't until a Dementor approaches," Harry assured him. "Then, according to Grandmama, the potion will make you spiritually indigestible." They didn't have to wait long to test the potion's effectiveness. As students left the Great Hall for their first classes, 2 Dementors glided into the entrance hall, their rattling breath sending chills through the air. Several first-years screamed, backing against the walls. Harry tensed, ready to cast his Patronus, but then something unexpected happened. As a Dementor approached a group of Hufflepuffs who had just finished their pumpkin juice, it suddenly jerked backward, as if repelled. It tried again, floating closer, only to retreat with what could only be described as a distressed keening sound. The second Dementor seemed equally confused, attempting to approach different students only to recoil each time. The creatures began circling in apparent disorientation, unable to feed on anyone who had consumed the potion. "It's working," Hermione whispered excitedly. "They can't affect us." Word spread quickly through whispers and hasty notes. By mid-morning, the entire student body knew that something was protecting them from the Dementors. The creatures drifted uselessly through the corridors, increasingly agitated as they found themselves unable to feed on anyone's happiness. Umbridge was livid. She stormed through the castle, demanding to know why the Dementors weren't maintaining proper order. When she cornered Harry outside Transfiguration, her eyes were wild with fury. "What have you done, Potter?" she hissed, jabbing a finger at his chest. "I know you're behind this resistance." Harry regarded her calmly. "I don't know what you mean, Professor. I'm just attending my classes, following Educational Decree number 26, or was it the one about proper student behavior? There are so many, it's hard to keep track." Umbridge's face contorted with rage. "Detention, Potter. Tonight." The moment the words left her mouth, she gasped in pain, clutching her bandaged hand as fresh blood seeped through. Harry noticed with satisfaction that the words etched into her skin had changed, "I must not punish unjustly." "Are you all right, Professor?" he asked with mock concern. "You seem unwell. Perhaps you should visit Madame Pomfrey." Umbridge backed away, her breathing ragged. "This isn't over, Potter," she snarled. The minister himself will be arriving tomorrow to investigate these disturbances. You'll regret this defiance. As she stormed off, Ron appeared at Harry's side. Fudge is coming. That complicates things. Or makes them more interesting, Harry replied. Grandmama should know about this. They visited the room of requirement during lunch, finding Grandmama in the midst of elaborate preparations for the night's ritual. The room had transformed again, now featuring a large circular space in the center with intricate symbols carved into the floor. Fudge is coming tomorrow? Grandmama repeated when Harry shared the news. Perfect. 2 bureaucrats for the price of 1. She cackled, stirring a cauldron of something that smelled like lightning and grave dirt. Though we'll need to accelerate our timeline slightly. The potion worked against the Dementors, Hermione reported, watching Grandmama's preparations with fascination. They couldn't affect anyone who drank it. Of course it worked, Grandmama said with a dismissive wave. Addams family recipes never fail. She gestured to the ritual circle. Now, help me prepare for tonight. The portal must be ready precisely at midnight. They spent the afternoon assisting with increasingly bizarre preparations. Harry and Ron moved heavy furniture to clear space for the expanding ritual circle, while Hermione helped transcribe symbols from Grandmama's ancient grimoire onto the floor in what appeared to be a mixture of chalk and some suspicious red substance that Grandmama insisted was just iron-enriched clay. As evening approached, more DA members arrived, eager to witness the culmination of their resistance. Grandmama put them all to work, assigning tasks with the efficiency of a general preparing for battle. Longbottom boy, grind these mandrake roots. Blonde dreamy-eyed girl, arrange these candles according to the lunar chart. Twins. I need those fireworks positioned precisely at the cardinal points. Luna, handling the black candles with serene confidence, asked, will your family be staying long, Mrs. Addams? I'd love to ask them about Crumplehorn Snorkax. They might have them in your dimension. Just long enough to deal with your toad problem, dear, Grandmama replied. Though Morticia would adore your earrings. She has a weakness for unusual jewelry, especially if it was previously alive. As midnight approached, anticipation filled the room. The ritual circle now dominated the space, glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. 13 black candles burned around its perimeter, their flames unnaturally still in the windless room. In the center stood a small table bearing Grandmama's mirror, which had begun to swirl with active mist. Places, everyone. Grandmama announced as the clock struck 11:45. The veil between dimensions thins as midnight approaches. The DA members took positions around the room as instructed, each holding an item Grandmama had prepared, charmed stones, bundles of herbs, or small vials of potion. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood at the primary points of the circle, tasked with channeling their magic to strengthen the portal. At 11:55, Grandmama began the incantation, her voice taking on a resonant power that belied her aged appearance. Spirits of the crossroads, guardians of the veil, hear our call. On this night of the full moon, when boundaries weaken and worlds align, we seek passage between realms. The candle flames suddenly grew, stretching upward in unnaturally straight columns of fire. The temperature in the room plummeted, frost forming on the windows despite the May warmth outside. By blood and bone, by moon and star, by the ancient pact of the Addams line, open the way. Grandmama pricked her finger with a silver dagger, letting 3 drops of blood fall onto the mirror's surface. The mist within churned violently, expanding outward to fill the ritual circle with swirling fog. Morticia. Gomez. Wednesday. Pugsley. Fester. Lurch. Thing. We summon you across the divide. The mirror began to vibrate, then levitate, rising from the table to hover at the center of the circle. The mist coalesced into a swirling vortex, stretching upward to the ceiling and downward to the floor, forming a column of spinning silver. It's working, Hermione whispered, her eyes wide with academic fascination despite her apprehension. As the clock struck midnight, a thunderous crack split the air. The vortex expanded outward, touching the edges of the ritual circle, then stabilized into a shimmering doorway about 7 feet tall. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a disembodied hand scuttled through the portal, skittering across the floor to perch on Grandmama's shoulder. "Thing," she greeted it affectionately. "Always the advance scout." The hand gave her a thumbs up, then pointed excitedly at the portal as a tall, imposing figure stepped through. It was a man, at least, Harry assumed it was a man, nearly 7 feet tall with a square head and greenish complexion, dressed in a formal butler's attire. "Lurch!" Grandmama exclaimed. "How wonderful to see you!" The giant man produced a low, rumbling groan that somehow conveyed affection. Next came a bald man with wild eyes and a maniacal grin, wearing a long black coat. He carried what appeared to be a hand-cranked generator, sparks dancing between its terminals. "Fester, darling." Grandmama hugged the bizarre man. "Did you bring it?" "Right here, Mama." Fester replied cheerfully, patting his coat pocket. "One portable lightning collector, as requested. Plus a few extra surprises." He wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. 2 children emerged next, a girl about 13 with long black braids and a solemn expression that could freeze blood, and a chubby boy perhaps 10 years old, carrying what looked disturbingly like a small guillotine. "Wednesday. Pugsley." Grandmama embraced them. "How are your lessons coming along?" "I've mastered the 7 deadly poisons," Wednesday replied in a monotone that sent shivers down Harry's spine. "And 3 new resurrections. I blew up the greenhouse," Pugsley announced proudly. "Such good children," Grandmama patted their heads. Finally, a couple stepped through, the woman Harry recognized as Morticia from the mirror, even more ethereally beautiful in person, gliding forward in a skin-tight black dress that seemed to flow like liquid shadow. Beside her strutted a man with slick back hair and a pencil mustache, wearing a pinstriped suit and looking around with maniacal enthusiasm. "Mama!" The man rushed forward, seizing Grandmama's hand and kissing it repeatedly. "We thought we'd lost you to the 6th dimension again." "Gomez, my boy," Grandmama chuckled. "Always so dramatic." "We've been absolutely distraught," Morticia added in her sultry voice, embracing her mother. Wednesday wouldn't eat her nightshade. Pugsley stopped torturing his insects. Even Lurch played melancholy dirges for days. The butler groaned in confirmation. "Well, I'm perfectly fine," Grandmama assured them. "And I've made delightful new friends." She gestured to the wide-eyed Hogwarts students. "Children, meet the family. Family, these are the brave young witches and wizards who've been helping me tackle their little toad problem." Gomez bounded forward, pumping Harry's hand enthusiastically. "Any friend of Mama's is family to us. Gomez Addams, at your service. Fencing. Dueling. Blood oaths. Name your pleasure." Nice to meet you," Harry managed, slightly overwhelmed. Wednesday approached Hermione, studying her with unsettling intensity. "You have knowledge of many books," she stated rather than asked. "Do any contain proper resurrection rituals?" "Mine keep leaving subjects, incomplete." Hermione blinked rapidly. "I, focus more on transfiguration than necromancy." "Pity." Wednesday turned to Ron. "Your hair is the color of fresh blood. May I have a lock for my collection?" Ron took a step back. "Maybe later." As the Addams family mingled with the increasingly fascinated DA members, Grandmama clapped her hands for attention. "As delightful as this reunion is, we have business to attend to. Specifically, a certain Dolores Umbridge, who has been torturing children and has now summoned soul-sucking wraiths to patrol the school." Morticia's eyes gleamed. "How thoughtful of her to provide entertainment." "She sounds charming," Gomez declared, twirling an ornate sword that hadn't been in his hand a moment before. "When do we meet this dedicated educator?" "Tonight," Grandmama announced. "Our intelligence suggests she'll be conducting her final round soon," checking on her precious dementors. Intelligence? Harry questioned. The disembodied hand, thing, gave him a thumbs up from atop a bookshelf where it had been scurrying around. Thing has been exploring the castle, Grandmama explained. Most effective spy there is, who notices a disembodied hand in a magic castle. But what exactly are you planning to do? Hermione pressed, looking increasingly concerned as Fester tested his strange electrical device, sending sparks flying across the room. Simply invite her for a family visit, Morticia replied with a smile that would have made a basilisk nervous. We Addamses are known for our hospitality. Especially to those who harm children, Gomez added, his jovial expression darkening momentarily. We have a long tradition of dealing with such individuals. But we can't just kidnap a ministry official, Hermione protested. It's justice, Wednesday interrupted, her cold eyes fixing on Hermione. You've seen her hand. Those who torture deserve to be tortured. She tilted her head slightly. It's only fair. Before Hermione could argue further, Thing scuttled back into the room, gesturing frantically. She's on the move, Grandmama translated. Heading to the 3rd floor to check on her dementors. She turned to the assembled group. It's time. Addamses, prepare for a welcoming committee. Hogwarts students, remain here, this part isn't for innocent eyes. I'm coming, Harry stated firmly. She's tortured me personally for months. I deserve to see this through. After a moment's consideration, Grandmama nodded. Just you, then. The others stay. Despite protests from Ron and Hermione, Harry followed the Addams family as they exited the room of requirement. They moved through the darkened corridors like shadows, even Lurch, despite his massive size, made barely a sound. Thing scuttled ahead as a scout, while Wednesday and Pugsley exchanged whispers about something involving shrinking potions and permanent transformations. They found Umbridge on the 3rd floor, berating a confused-looking Dementor that seemed unable to approach a group of students who'd been caught out after curfew. The students, a pair of second-year Ravenclaws, looked terrified but unaffected by the Dementor's presence. Useless creatures. Umbridge was snapping. You were supposed to instill discipline. Why aren't you affecting them? The Dementor merely drifted in apparent confusion. Well, Grandmama's voice echoed down the corridor. If it isn't the esteemed educator herself. Umbridge whirled around, her eyes widening as she took in the bizarre group approaching. Who are you? How dare you intrude in this school? I am Dolores Umbridge, High Inquisitor of Hogwarts and Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic. Such impressive titles, Morticia murmured, gliding forward. We do so admire a woman of position. I am Gomez Addams, Gomez announced, bowing with flourish. And this is my family. We've heard so much about your educational methods. Especially the blood quill, Wednesday added, her dead-eyed stare fixed on Umbridge. Most innovative. Umbridge backed up a step, reaching for her wand. Aurors are on their way to this school. The minister himself arrives tomorrow. If you think you can intimidate me, intimidate. Fester cackled. We wouldn't dream of it. We're here to invite you to dinner. A very special dinner, Pugsley added with a grin that showed too many teeth. Umbridge's back hit the wall. The Dementor, sensing the newcomers, drifted toward them, then recoiled violently, as if encountering something even more repellent than Grandmama's potion. Interesting, Morticia observed. It seems even soul feeders have standards. Umbridge raised her wand. Stupefy. The spell shot toward Gomez, who merely caught it in his hand like a physical object, examining it with delight. Marvelous. Cara mia, look at the craftsmanship of this spell. Exquisite, darling, Morticia agreed. Umbridge's face paled to the color of parchment. What are you people? Family, Grandmama replied simply. Something you wouldn't understand, having never loved anything except power. She nodded to Lurch. If you would, please. The towering butler stepped forward. Umbridge screamed and tried to cast another spell, but Wednesday flicked her wrist, and the wand flew from Umbridge's grasp. Lurch lifted the struggling woman with one massive hand, holding her at eye level. "Put me down this instant." Umbridge shrieked. "I'll have you all in Azkaban for this." "I've always wanted to visit Azkaban," Morticia mused. "I hear the decor is wonderfully depressing." "Take the children back to their dormitory," Grandmama instructed Harry, nodding toward the terrified Ravenclaws. "They've seen enough." Harry hesitated. "What are you going to do with her?" Grandmama patted his cheek. "Nothing permanent, dear. Just a little education." "You can't do this." Umbridge was still struggling in Lurch's grip. "Potter. Potter, tell them to release me immediately." Harry looked at the woman who had tormented him for months, who had denied Voldemort's return, who had tortured students with her blood quill and educational decrees. He thought of the scars on his hand that would never fully heal. "I think you're about to get a lesson in consequences, Professor," he said quietly. "Maybe you should take notes." As Harry led the shaken Ravenclaws away, he heard Gomez declare enthusiastically, "Back to the portal. Wednesday, darling, did you bring your favorite restraints? The ones with the extra spikes?" "Of course, Father," came Wednesday's monotone reply. "And the shrinking potion?" "Excellent, excellent. Fester, fire up the generator." "Already humming, Gomez. This'll be the best welcoming party since we had that witch hunter over for dinner in 1705. Harry didn't look back. He returned to the room of requirement to find Ron, Hermione, and the rest of the DA waiting anxiously. "What happened?" Hermione demanded. "Where's Professor Umbridge?" "The Addams family invited her home for dinner," Harry replied, unable to keep a small smile from his face. "She didn't seem eager to accept, but they were very persuasive." "They've kidnapped her?" Hermione gasped. "Harry, that's justice," Neville interrupted firmly. "After what she's done to us, to all of us, it's justice." Ron nodded. "What do you think they'll do to her?" Harry shrugged. "Grandmama promised it wouldn't be permanent. Beyond that, I didn't ask for details." He glanced at the still open portal, swirling with silver mist. "They'll be coming back through soon to close it properly." True to his prediction, the Addams family returned about 20 minutes later, minus Umbridge. "All taken care of," Gomez announced cheerfully. "Our guest is settling in nicely at the mansion. Lurch has prepared the special guest room, the one with the collapsing floor and a pit of, darling," Morticia interrupted smoothly, "perhaps the children don't need all the architectural details." "Right you are, cara mia." Gomez seized her arm and began kissing his way up to her shoulder. "You're always so thoughtful." Grandmama approached Harry, her eyes twinkling. "Well, Lightning Boy, your toad problem has been permanently relocated. What exactly will happen to her?" Harry couldn't help asking. Grandmama's smile was enigmatic. "Let's just say she'll experience a taste of her own educational methods, followed by a permanent position in the Addams family collection." "Collection?" Hermione echoed faintly. "Oh yes," Wednesday interjected, her monotone somehow more unsettling than ever. "We collect interesting specimens. Some alive, some dead, some in between." She almost smiled. "Professor Umbridge will make a fascinating addition." "Now, we must be going," Morticia announced. "Gomez has a duel with the Spanish ambassador at dawn, and the children have their poison-tasting finals tomorrow. But we'll be in touch," Gomez assured them, pumping Harry's hand again. "Any friend of Mama's is welcome at the Addams mansion. Just say the word if you need any more bureaucrats, relocated." One by one, the Addams family members stepped back through the portal after affectionate farewells to Grandmama. Thing was the last to go, giving Harry a firm handshake before scuttling through the misty doorway. As midnight struck again, Grandmama began the ritual to close the portal. "It's been a pleasure, children," she said to the assembled students. "You've reminded an old witch why fighting for the next generation matters. Will we ever see you again?" Harry asked. Grandmama winked. "The veil between worlds is thinner than most realize, Lightning Boy. Especially for those who know where to look." She pressed something into his hand, a small black mirror, similar to her own but pocket-sized. "If you ever need us, just call. Family helps family." "We're not family," Hermione pointed out. "Aren't you?" Grandmama cackled. "You've helped me, I've helped you, we've kidnapped a government official together, sounds like family to me." With that, she stepped through the portal. As she reached the other side, she turned and waved once before the misty doorway collapsed in on itself with a sound like distant thunder, leaving the room of requirements suddenly quiet and ordinary. "Well," Ron said after a moment of stunned silence, "that was mental," Harry supplied. "Brilliant," Neville added. "Highly illegal," Hermione sighed, but even she couldn't suppress a small smile. "What do we tell people about Umbridge's disappearance?" Harry fingered the small mirror in his pocket. "Nothing. Let the Ministry figure it out." The next morning, the castle was in uproar. Umbridge's absence was discovered when she failed to appear for breakfast. The Dementors, without her direction, had drifted away during the night, returning to wherever they normally lurked. When Minister Fudge arrived mid-morning, accompanied by a contingent of Aurors, he found no trace of his undersecretary. Her quarters remained intact, her personal items undisturbed, she had simply vanished while on her nightly patrol. Rumors spread like wildfire. Some said she'd been carried off by centaurs in the Forbidden Forest. Others whispered that she'd encountered something darker in the castle's depths. The Slytherins suspected Potter and his friends, but there was no evidence, no witnesses except 2 second-year Ravenclaws who babbled incoherently about a tall dead-looking man and a girl with eyes like a basilisk. Without Umbridge to support his position, and faced with increasing pressure from the Daily Prophet, Fudge was finally forced to acknowledge the possibility that Harry had been telling the truth about Voldemort's return. The educational decrees were quietly removed, their frames no longer responsive to touch now that their creator had vanished. Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts the following week, reinstated as headmaster with a formal apology from the Ministry. If he suspected what had happened to Umbridge, he never said, though Harry caught him gazing thoughtfully at the ceiling of the Great Hall during the welcome-back feast, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Life at Hogwarts gradually returned to normal, or as normal as it ever got with exams approaching and a Dark Lord on the rise. But late at night, when the castle slept, Harry sometimes took out the small black mirror Grandmama had given him, watching the mist swirl within its depths and wondering about Umbridge's fate in that strange mansion beyond the veil. And sometimes, just sometimes, he thought he could hear faint screams echoing from far away, followed by the distinctive sound of an Addams family cackle. Chapter 2, Lessons in Consequence. The Daily Prophet headline screamed across the breakfast table, Ministry official vanishes at Hogwarts, foul play suspected. Harry snorted into his pumpkin juice as Ron read the article aloud. "Listen to this rubbish," Ron said, his voice dripping with mock concern. Highly respected Senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge disappeared while performing her duties as Hogwarts High Inquisitor. Minister Cornelius Fudge has dispatched a team of elite Aurors to investigate this troubling incident. Elite Aurors. For Umbridge. "Keep your voice down," Hermione hissed, glancing nervously at the staff table where several unfamiliar Ministry officials sat alongside the professors. "Those elite Aurors are sitting right there." Harry followed her gaze. 3 stern-faced wizards in formal Ministry robes were deep in conversation with Professor McGonagall, whose pinched expression suggested she was about as pleased with their presence as she had been with Umbridge's. "They don't know anything," Harry muttered, fingers brushing against the small black mirror in his pocket. "There's no evidence. Except those Ravenclaws who saw the whole thing," Ron pointed out. Hermione shook her head. "Nobody believes them." I overheard Madame Pomfrey saying they're suffering from shock-induced hallucinations after their Dementor encounter. Convenient, Harry said, unable to suppress a grin. A shadow fell across the table. Harry looked up to find one of the ministry officials, a tall, thin wizard with a neatly trimmed beard and cold eyes, standing over them. "Harry Potter," the man said, his voice clipped and precise. "I'm Auror Ballantyne, head of the investigation into Undersecretary Umbridge's disappearance. I'd like a word with you. Now." Harry's stomach clenched, but he kept his face neutral as he stood. "Of course, sir." Ballantyne led him to an empty classroom off the entrance hall. Inside waited the other two Aurors, both watching Harry with barely concealed suspicion. "Let's be direct, Mr. Potter," Ballantyne began, leaning against the teacher's desk. "Dolores Umbridge vanished 3 nights ago after specifically mentioning you in her last communication with the minister. She reported ongoing defiance and suspected dark activities centering around you and your friends." "I'm not sure how I'm supposed to respond to that," Harry replied, keeping his tone even. "Professor Umbridge wasn't exactly my biggest fan. Where were you between the hours of 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. on the night she disappeared?" demanded the female Auror, a square-jawed witch with sharp eyes. "In Gryffindor Tower," Harry lied smoothly. "Ask my dorm mates." "We have," Ballantyne said. "Oddly, they all confirm your story, even though 2 students claim to have seen you elsewhere in the castle that night." Harry raised an eyebrow. Confused second-years who just encountered a Dementor. Not the most reliable witnesses. Perhaps. Ballantyne studied him closely. "But I find it interesting that you know exactly which witnesses I'm referring to." "Damn." Harry maintained eye contact, refusing to look away first. "The whole school knows about them. It's all anyone's been talking about." The third Auror, a burly man with a shaved head, stepped forward. "We've searched Umbridge's office and quarters. Know what we found, Potter? A file on you. Thick as my arm. She was building a case to have you expelled, possibly even tried by the Wisengamot." "Is that supposed to surprise me?" Harry asked. "She made no secret of hating me." "It gives you motive," the female Auror snapped. "For what exactly?" Harry folded his arms. "You think I, what, murdered a ministry official and disposed of the body without leaving a trace? At 15? With the entire castle locked down and under surveillance?" He allowed himself a small, incredulous laugh. "If I were that powerful, I'd have gotten rid of her months ago." Ballantyne's eyes narrowed, but Harry could see uncertainty there. "Good. Let them chase their tails. We're watching you, Potter," he finally said. "If you know anything about Umbridge's disappearance, I hope you find her," Harry interrupted with false sincerity. "The ministry must be lost without her unique talents." The interview ended shortly after, with Harry maintaining his innocence despite increasingly aggressive questioning. As he left the classroom, he couldn't help feeling a smug satisfaction. The ministry's finest, completely baffled. If only they knew she was currently enjoying the Addams family's hospitality in another dimension. He headed straight for the room of requirement. After pacing 3 times before the blank wall, thinking of Grandmama's workshop, he entered to find Ron, Hermione, and several other DA members already waiting. "How'd it go?" Ron asked immediately. "About what you'd expect," Harry replied, dropping into a chair. "Lots of threatening looks, zero evidence." The room had maintained elements of Grandmama's setup even after her departure, shelves lined with strange ingredients, ancient texts stacked on weathered tables, and a bubbling cauldron in the corner that seemed to maintain its brew without supervision. It felt like she might return any moment, shuffling in with another bizarre concoction. "They interviewed half of Gryffindor already," Ginny reported. "Nobody's cracked. Even the portraits claim they didn't see anything unusual that night." "That's because the portraits like us better than they liked Umbridge," Luna observed dreamily. She was examining a jar of what appeared to be preserved eyeballs. "Also, I think the Nargles confused them. They're very active during interdimensional travel. Harry pulled the small mirror from his pocket, studying its cloudy surface. I wonder if we could check on her. Make sure the Addamses haven't done anything too permanent. Harry. Hermione looked scandalized. We're already accessories to kidnapping. Do we really want to establish an ongoing connection to the crime? Just curious, Harry muttered, but he slipped the mirror back into his pocket. Anyway, we've got bigger problems. The Ministry's stepping up their denial campaign about Voldemort. Look at this. He tossed down that morning's Prophet, open to page 7. A small article detailed regrettable confusion regarding unsubstantiated claims of you-know-who's return, suggesting that recent mass delusions were the result of dangerous fearmongering. They're still denying everything, even without Umbridge pushing the narrative, Harry said in frustration. And with these horrors crawling all over the castle, we can't continue the DA meetings. We're sitting ducks if Voldemort decides to make a move. Maybe not, Neville said, surprising everyone. He'd been examining Grandmama's bookshelf and held up an ancient, leather-bound volume. Look what I found. Grandmama left it open on the lectern. The book's title, embossed in tarnished silver, read, Family Protection Magics, Addams Edition. She marked a chapter, Neville continued, turning the book so they could see a page covered in spidery handwriting. A scrap of parchment had been inserted as a bookmark, bearing a note in Grandmama's distinctive script, Lightning Boy and Friends, since bureaucrats never learn, here's something to help when the next one comes along. Blood protection is strongest, but found family bonds work too. Just don't try the resurrection sections until you're older. Gee, it's blood protection, Harry murmured, touching his scar unconsciously. Like what my mother did for me. Hermione took the book, scanning the marked pages with growing excitement. This is incredible. It's ancient protective magic, the kind the Ministry classifies as dark because it's family-based and blood-powered, but it's not dark at all. It's about using the power of connection to shield loved ones. Can we learn it? Ron asked. Some of it, definitely. Hermione turned another page. Look, this section explains how to create protective wards based on friendship bonds. It's similar to the Fidelius charm, but less restrictive and more adaptable. This could be exactly what we need, Harry said, feeling a spark of hope ignite. Even if we can't practice offensive spells with the Aurors watching, we can learn to protect ourselves. And Grandmama already set up everything we'd need, Ginny pointed out, gesturing around the room. All these ingredients, the books, the workspace, she must have intended for us to continue. Harry felt a growing sense of purpose. Then that's what we'll do. We'll learn Addams family magic. If Voldemort makes a move, or if the Ministry tries to interfere again, we'll be ready. Just one problem, Fred said from the doorway, where he and George had just entered. Our new acting headmistress. What new headmistress? Several voices asked at once. McGonagall didn't mention anything at breakfast, Hermione said with a frown. George grimaced. That's because it just happened. The minister brought her with him when he arrived an hour ago. He handed Harry a fresh copy of the Prophet's Evening Edition. The headline made Harry's blood run cold, Ministry appoints interim Hogwarts head, Madam Edgecombe to oversee school during investigation. Below was a photograph of a smug-looking woman with elaborately styled hair who bore a striking resemblance to Marietta Edgecombe, the girl who'd nearly betrayed the DA to Umbridge months earlier. Marietta's mother, Fred confirmed grimly. Apparently, she's a senior administrator in the Flynn Network Authority and a personal friend of Fudge. This is a disaster, Hermione whispered. If she's anything like her daughter, she's worse, George interrupted. First thing she did was reinstate all of Umbridge's educational decrees. Second thing was to announce that any student found engaging in unauthorized magical activities will be immediately suspended pending investigation. Silence fell over the group as the implications sank in. They'd gotten rid of one ministry toady only to have her replaced by another, possibly one even more dangerous, since she'd have a personal grudge against the DA after what happened with her daughter. "We need to be smarter this time," Harry finally said. "More careful. No written membership lists, no regular meeting schedule, and we only practice magic that can't be easily detected." "The Addams family protection spells," Neville suggested, tapping the book. "Most of these don't have visible effects that would trigger the trace or alert the Ministry. And we should practice in smaller groups," Hermione added. "4 or 5 at most, rotating through different times so it's not obvious." Harry nodded. "Let's start tonight. Neville, Hermione, pick out the most useful protection spells from that book. Ron, Luna, find us ways to communicate without being intercepted. Fred, George, we'll need your detection skills to warn us if anyone approaches the room while we're using it." As everyone dispersed to their assigned tasks, Harry felt a familiar determination settling over him. Umbridge might be gone, but the fight was far from over. If anything, the stakes had just gotten higher. "Harry," Ginny called softly as the others busied themselves around the room. "There's something else you should see." She led him to a small alcove that had appeared in the room's corner, containing what looked like a miniature version of Grandmama's workstation. On it sat a single envelope sealed with black wax, his name written across the front. Harry opened it carefully, half expecting it to explode or release some noxious substance. Instead, it contained a letter written on parchment so ancient it felt like it might disintegrate at his touch. "Dear Lightning Boy, if you're reading this, my family and I have returned home with your pink problem. Don't worry, she's quite comfortable, well, as comfortable as one can be in our playroom. Wednesday is particularly enjoying their educational sessions. I suspect your ministry will send replacements soon. Bureaucrats multiply like cockroaches, though cockroaches are far more pleasant company for dinner. Be cautious, but don't be afraid. Fear is what they want, it's how they control young minds. The book I've left contains the basics of Addams family protection magic. It's different from your ministry-approved spells, but you might notice similarities to what your mother did for you. Love and blood are the oldest magics, Lightning Boy. They transcend dimensions and outlast death itself. Should you need more direct assistance, the mirror works both ways. 3 drops of blood on its surface at midnight will establish connection. But remember, dimensional travel weakens the barriers between worlds. Too many crossings, and things might slip through that even an Addams would hesitate to welcome. Take care of your found family. In my experience, the bonds we choose are often stronger than those we're born to. With appropriate darkness, Grandmama Addams. P.S. enclosed is a small token from your pink friend. She insisted. Harry tipped the envelope, and something fell into his palm, a small, pink hair bow that he immediately recognized as Umbridge's. Attached to it was a tiny note in unfamiliar handwriting. "Help me, Potter, they're insane. The girl with the braids, make it stop." The note ended in a frantic scrawl that trailed off the paper. Harry felt a momentary twinge of, not quite sympathy, but something close to it. Then he remembered the scars on his hand, the lies in the prophet, the months of torment and humiliation. He pocketed the bow without comment. "She had it coming," Ginny said quietly, reading his expression. "Whatever they're doing to her, she earned it." Harry nodded, then turned back to the room where his friends were already deep in their research. "Let's get to work. We've got a lot to learn." The next few days established a new routine. By day, Harry and his friends attended classes, carefully navigating the increased ministry presence in the castle. Auror Ballantyne and his team continued their investigation, interviewing students and staff, searching the grounds, and generally making nuisances of themselves. Madame Edgecombe proved every bit as unpleasant as they'd feared. She strutted through the corridors in pink robes that were clearly in homage to her missing predecessor, clipboard in hand, issuing demerits for the slightest infractions. She seemed to take particular pleasure in targeting Gryffindors, especially those known to be friends with Harry. 5 points from Gryffindor, Miss Granger, she announced during lunch one day. Your tie is precisely 2 centimeters too low. That's not even in the dress code, Hermione protested. Educational Decree 34, issued this morning, Edgecombe replied with a thin smile. Perhaps you should keep better informed. By night, however, Harry and select members of the DA gathered in the Room of Requirement to study Addams' family magic. They discovered quickly that it operated on different principles than the spells they'd learned at Hogwarts. It's more intuitive, Hermione explained as they practiced a basic protection charm that created an invisible shield around a loved one. Traditional wizarding spells rely on precise wand movements and incantations. These work through intent and connection. Like wandless magic? Neville asked. Similar, but more focused. You're not just channeling your own magic, you're drawing on the bond between you and the person you're protecting. Hermione demonstrated, focusing intently on Ron across the room. A faint shimmer briefly outlined him before fading to invisibility. It's the magical equivalent of a mother lifting a car to save her child, power amplified by emotional connection. Harry found these spells came naturally to him. The concept of protection through love resonated deeply, reminding him of what Dumbledore had explained about his mother's sacrifice. You have a gift for this, Luna observed as Harry successfully cast a perimeter ward around their practice space on his first attempt. The Nargles say you've been touched by this magic before. My mother, Harry confirmed quietly. What she did for me, it must have been similar to this. The oldest magic, Luna agreed, echoing Grandmama's letter. The kind the Ministry fears because they can't control it. As they delved deeper into the Addams grimoire, they discovered spells that seemed impossible by conventional wizarding standards. Protection charms that activated automatically when the subject was threatened. Wards that could identify hostile intent regardless of disguise. Even a complex ritual that could temporarily transfer a portion of one person's magical strength to another in moments of dire need. This is why the Ministry classifies these as dark arts, Hermione said, poring over the ritual instructions. They bypass all the usual restrictions and safeguards. There's no counter curse, no shield charm that can block them. That doesn't make them dark, Harry argued. It makes them effective. Their study sessions grew longer and more intense as they mastered the basics and moved on to more advanced techniques. Fred and George proved particularly adept at adapting Addams' potions, creating modified versions that could be disguised as everyday items. Grandmama's anti-dementor potion is brilliant, Fred explained, showing off a batch of what appeared to be ordinary chocolate frogs. But too distinctive in taste and effect. So we've refined it. One bite of these, George continued, and you're protected for an hour. No weird sensations, no obvious signs, just complete immunity to emotion feeders. Including our new headmistress's attempts to spread misery, Fred added with a wink. By the end of the week, they'd established a solid foundation in Addams-style protection magic. More importantly, they'd done it right under the Ministry's nose, using magic that the Trace couldn't detect and that conventional wizard security couldn't identify. Then everything changed. Harry was leaving potions class when a searing pain shot through his scar, dropping him to his knees. Visions flashed before his eyes, a dark chamber, rows of glowing orbs, Sirius screaming in agony as Voldemort tortured him. Harry! Ron's voice seemed to come from very far away. Mate, what's happening? Harry fought through the pain, forcing the vision back. Voldemort, he gasped. He's got Sirius, in the Department of Mysteries, torturing him, are you certain? Hermione asked, her face pale. I saw it, Harry insisted, struggling to his feet. Just like with Mr. Weasley. We have to go now. We need to tell someone, Hermione argued as they hurried toward Gryffindor Tower. Dumbledore's still gone, Harry reminded her. McGonagall has no authority with Edgecombe here, and we can't trust anyone from the Ministry. Then what do we do? Harry stopped abruptly, an idea forming. We call for help. In the privacy of his dormitory, Harry removed Grandmama's mirror from his trunk where he'd hidden it for safekeeping. The surface swirled with mist as always, but seemed somehow more active today, almost agitated. You're not seriously considering this, Hermione whispered, glancing nervously at the door. Interdimensional travel? Again. We need allies Voldemort won't expect, Harry replied grimly. People the Ministry can't control. The Addamses, Ron said, a slow grin spreading across his face. Bloody brilliant. Harry pricked his finger with the tip of his wand, allowing 3 drops of blood to fall onto the mirror's surface. The mist churned violently, darkening to the color of a thundercloud. Grandmama Addams, Harry called. We need your help. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the mist parted, revealing not Grandmama's face, but Wednesday's solemn visage. Harry Potter, she intoned, her dead-eyed stare somehow even more unsettling through the mirror. What an unexpected call. Grandmother is brewing. I'll fetch her. Before Harry could respond, Wednesday's face vanished, replaced by a view of what appeared to be a medieval torture chamber decorated with cheerful family portraits. Distant screams echoed in the background, punctuated by what sounded like maniacal laughter. Is that? Ron began. Probably best not to ask, Harry muttered. Moments later, Grandmama's wrinkled face appeared in the mirror. Lightning boy. What a delightful surprise. How is the book working out? Have you tried the resurrection chapter yet? Not yet, Harry replied. We have an emergency. Voldemort has my godfather. He's torturing him in the Ministry of Magic, and we have no one to help us. Grandmama's expression grew serious. Dark Lord problems already? You children grow up so fast these days. She peered at him closely. How certain are you about this vision? It's just like when I saw Mr. Weasley being attacked. I know it's real. Grandmama looked thoughtful. Mind magic can be tricky, Lightning boy. Especially between connected souls. Connected souls. Hermione interrupted. What do you mean? That scar isn't just a scar, Grandmama replied, gesturing toward Harry's forehead. Surely you've realized that by now. It's a connection, a piece of your enemy living inside you. Harry felt a chill run through him. Inside me? That's something to address later, Grandmama cut him off. First, let's verify your vision. The Addams family has ways of scrying across distances. She disappeared from view momentarily, then returned with a blackened silver bowl. I need you to give me your godfather's full name and focus on his face. Sirius Orain Black, Harry said, concentrating on an image of his godfather. Grandmama added various substances to the bowl, some powdery, others liquid, and one that appeared to be moving. She muttered incantations in a language Harry didn't recognize, then gazed intently into the mixture. After a tense minute, she looked up. Your godfather is not at the Ministry, Lightning boy. He's in a grim old house, pacing and arguing with a house elf. Grim old place, Harry whispered. Relief and confusion warred within him. But I saw him, Voldemort was torturing him, a trap, Grandmama said simply. Your Dark Lord is using your connection to lure you somewhere. The question is, why? Harry's mind raced. There's something at the Department of Mysteries. Something he wants. A weapon, Sirius said. Then we must assume he has people waiting for you there, Grandmama concluded. A perfect opportunity to capture the boy who refuses to die. Her wrinkled face split into a wide, terrifying grin. How exciting. Nothing like a good ambush to liven up the evening. We should still contact Sirius, Hermione insisted. Make sure he's really safe. Already done, came a new voice as Morticia Addams glided into view beside her mother. I took the liberty of sending Thing through the between spaces to verify your godfather's location. He reports a most charmingly depressing house full of dark artifacts. Gomez would adore it. Thing can travel between dimensions on his own? Hermione asked, clearly fascinated despite the urgency of the situation. Thing goes where Thing wishes, Morticia replied with an elegant shrug. He's quite independent for a disembodied hand. Grandmama reclaimed the mirror. Now, about your Dark Lord problem. If he's setting a trap, the solution is simple: spring it, but on your terms. What do you suggest? Harry asked. A counter-ambush, of course. Grandmama cackled. And as luck would have it, the Addams family excels at surprising unwelcome guests. We still owe you for that delightful pink woman, she's been such entertaining company. A distant scream echoed from somewhere in the Addams mansion, as if to emphasize her point. Can you help us? Harry pressed. Tonight? The portal we created has left a thinning in the veil between our worlds, Grandmama explained. Opening it again will be easier, but also riskier. Things might slip through that weren't invited. What kind of things? Ron asked nervously. Oh, the usual interdimensional travelers, Morticia answered vaguely. Shadow wraiths, void walkers, beings of pure entropy. Nothing a prepared wizard couldn't handle. The risk is worth it, Harry decided. If Voldemort is planning something at the Ministry, we need to stop him. Splendid. Grandmama clapped her gnarled hands together. We'll need an hour to prepare on our side. Meet us in your special room at midnight. Bring anyone you trust absolutely, the fewer witnesses to dimensional travel, the better. And wear something that can get ruined, Morticia added. Blood stains are so troublesome to remove from fine fabrics. The mirror clouded over, leaving Harry, Ron, and Hermione staring at each other in a mixture of relief and trepidation. Are we really doing this? Hermione asked. Bringing the Addams family back to fight you-know-who? Can you think of a better option? Harry countered. Ron grinned. I'd give 100 galleons to see you-know-who's face when he meets Wednesday. They spent the rest of the evening carefully selecting their team and making preparations. Harry insisted on keeping the group small, just the core DA members they trusted completely, Neville, Luna, Ginny, Fred, and George, along with the original trio. 8 of us, Harry told them as they gathered in the room of requirement shortly before midnight. Plus however many Addamses come through. I still think we should try to contact the Order, Hermione fretted. Sirius might be safe now, but if you know who is planning something at the Ministry. We'll send word once we know exactly what's happening, Harry assured her. But remember what happened last time we tried to alert the adults. Umbridge nearly caught us, and no one believed me about the vision. Besides, George added, who would you rather have backing you up? A bunch of cautious Order members, or a family that treats torture as a hobby? The rune had configured itself for the ritual without any conscious direction from Harry, apparently remembering the requirements from the previous portal opening. The circular space with its arcane symbols glowed faintly in the center, 13 black candles positioned around its perimeter. At precisely midnight, the temperature plummeted. Frost formed on the windows as the air in the center of the circle began to shimmer and distort. Get ready, Harry warned, drawing his wand. Last time, the portal was pretty dramatic. On cue, a thunderous crack split the air. The shimmering intensified into a swirling vortex of silver mist, expanding outward until it formed a doorway about 7 feet tall. For a moment, it pulsed with energy, the mist churning violently, then stabilized into a portal similar to the one they'd created before. Thing was the first through, scurrying across the floor to give Harry what could only be described as a thumbs-up of greeting. Lurch followed, ducking his massive frame to fit through the doorway, carrying what appeared to be several large trunks with ease. What's in those? Neville whispered nervously. Knowing the Addamses? Probably best not to ask, Harry replied. Fester bounded through next, his wild eyes gleaming with excitement. Harry! Good to see you again. He pumped Harry's hand enthusiastically, sending a mild electric shock up his arm. Brought some of my special explosives. Completely untraceable, guaranteed to remove limbs at 50 paces. Wednesday and Pugsley emerged together, the former looking as solemn as ever, the latter grinning maniacally and carrying what appeared to be a miniature guillotine. Harry Potter, Wednesday greeted him with a slight nod. Your pink friend sends regards. She's been most educational. Is she still, alive? Hermione asked hesitantly. Technically, Wednesday replied, offering no further explanation. Morticia and Gomez stepped through last, elegant and bizarre in equal measure. Gomez wore what appeared to be a combination of formal evening wear and fencing gear, while Morticia glided forward in a dress that seemed to be made of living shadows. Harry, my boy! Gomez exclaimed, slapping him on the back. Ready for a spot of Dark Lord hunting? Nothing like mortal danger to get the blood pumping. Where's Grandmama? Harry asked, noticing the family matriarch's absence. Staying behind to monitor the portal, Morticia explained. And to ensure our guest remains entertained. Her red lips curved into a smile that made several DA members take involuntary steps backward. She sent these for you. Morticia handed Harry a small wooden box. Inside were 8 vials of swirling, iridescent liquid. Protection elixir, she explained. Mother's special recipe. Drink before battle, and curses will slide off you like water for approximately 1 hour. Side effects include mild hallucinations, temporary webbed fingers, and in rare cases, spontaneous levitation, Fester added cheerfully. All perfectly normal. Harry distributed the vials to his team. After a moment's hesitation, they all drank simultaneously. The potion tasted like cinnamon, gunpowder, and something unidentifiably ancient. A warm glow spread through Harry's body, settling just beneath his skin in a layer that felt both flexible and impenetrable. Fascinating, Luna murmured, examining her slightly webbed fingers with interest rather than alarm. I can feel the dimensional harmonics adjusting to our magical cores. I like this one, Wednesday commented, giving Luna an appraising look that might have been approval. Now, Gomez declared, drawing an ornate sword from his cane, to battle. Where is this Ministry of Magic? London, Harry replied. But we can't just walk in. There are security measures, and at night, details. Gomez waved his sword dismissively. Lurch. The transportation trunk. The towering butler placed one of the trunks on the floor and opened it, revealing what appeared to be a bottomless void filled with swirling mist. Our personal dimensional shortcut, Morticia explained. Similar to your wizard space magic, but with fewer restrictions. Step in thinking of your destination, and you'll emerge there almost instantly. Is it safe? Hermione asked skeptically. Define safe, Wednesday countered. We use it all the time, Pugsley assured them. Only lost cousin ITT for 3 weeks once, and he came back with just minor tentacles. Harry took a deep breath. Let's do this. One by one, they stepped into the trunk, each focusing intently on the Ministry of Magic's atrium. Harry went last, giving the room of requirement one final glance before plunging into swirling darkness. The sensation was unlike any magical transportation Harry had experienced before, not the compression of apparition or the spinning of fluid travel, but a sensation of falling sideways through velvet darkness. Images flashed past too quickly to comprehend, voices whispered in languages that had never been spoken on Earth, and for a brief, terrifying moment, Harry felt himself observed by something vast and ancient lurking between the worlds. Then, abruptly, he was standing in the Ministry atrium, alongside his friends and the Addams family. The massive space was deserted and dimly lit, the only sound the gentle splashing of the fountain of magical brethren. Charming, Morticia observed, glancing around at the dark marble walls and peacock blue ceiling. Though it could use more shadows. The Department of Mysteries is on level 9, Harry whispered, leading them toward the golden gates of the lifts. That's where my vision showed Sirius. And where you know whose trap is waiting, Ron added grimly. Excellent. Gomez rubbed his hands together gleefully. Nothing like a good trap to make an evening interesting. The question is, who's trapping whom? They descended in tense silence, the lift's golden grills clanging shut with what seemed like thunderous noise in the empty ministry. When they reached level 9, they found a plain corridor ending in a single black door, exactly as Harry had seen in his dreams. "That's it," he whispered. "The Department of Mysteries." As they approached, Fester suddenly held up a hand. "Wait. Something's not right." "What is it, Uncle?" Wednesday asked, her voice even flatter than usual. Fester closed his eyes, tilting his head as if listening to something no one else could hear. "There's a disturbance in the death energies. Multiple magical signatures behind that door, and something else." His eyes snapped open. "Something torn." "Torn?" Harry repeated. "A soul fragment," Morticia clarified, her dark eyes narrowing. "Like the one in your scar, but larger, more dominant. Your Dark Lord, I presume. Voldemort's here." Harry's heart raced. "Not just his Death Eaters." "Oh, he's here," Fester confirmed. "And he's not alone. At least a dozen other magical signatures, all carrying a taint of darkness." Death Eaters, Harry translated for the DA members, who looked both terrified and determined. "Voldemort and his inner circle, waiting for us. So we're walking into an ambush," Neville stated, his voice surprisingly steady. "Of course," Wednesday replied. "That's what makes it fun." "We need a plan," Hermione insisted. "We can't just walk in there." "On the contrary," Gomez declared, twirling his mustache. "The best response to an ambush is a counter-ambush. We'll give them exactly what they expect, and then something they don't." He huddled them together, outlining a strategy so audacious and bizarre that it could only have come from an Addams. As Harry listened, he felt a growing confidence. For once, they weren't outmatched or unprepared. With the Addams family at their side, they might actually stand a chance. The plan in place, Harry took a deep breath and pushed open the black door. They entered a circular room with identical unmarked doors spaced evenly around the walls. As soon as they were all inside, the wall began to rotate, the doors blurring into a solid mass of black. "Interesting security measure," Morticia observed calmly. When the spinning stopped, there was no way to tell which door was which. Harry hesitated, then chose one at random. It opened into a vast room filled with shelves stretching farther than the eye could see, each laden with small, dusty orbs that emitted a faint, ghostly light. "The Hall of Prophecy," Hermione whispered. "That must be what he's after, a prophecy about you and him." Harry moved forward cautiously, counting the row numbers as they passed. In his vision, Sirius had been at row 97. Though he now knew his godfather wasn't really here, something important must be there for Voldemort to go to such lengths. As they reached row 97, Harry immediately spotted an orb labeled with his name. Before he could reach for it, a cold, drawling voice spoke from behind them. "Very good, Potter. Now turn around, nice and slowly, and give that to me." Black-robed figures with silver masks materialized from the shadows, surrounding them completely. At their center stood Lucius Malfoy, his pale face smirking as he held out his hand for the prophecy. "I told you it was a trap," Hermione muttered. "Ah, Mr. Malfoy, I presume." Gomez stepped forward, extending his hand as if greeting an old friend at a garden party. "Gomez Addams, delighted to make your acquaintance. Love the masks, very theatrical." Malfoy's smirk faltered, clearly caught off guard by this bizarre response. "Who the devil are you?" "The devil's second cousin, actually, on mother's side," Gomez replied cheerfully. "We're the American branch of the family. Heard you Brits were having a Dark Lord problem and thought we'd drop in." The Death Eaters exchanged confused glances. This was clearly not going according to their script. "Enough of this nonsense," Malfoy snapped, raising his wand. "Potter, the prophecy, now, or we start killing your friends." "I wouldn't threaten the children," Morticia advised, her voice dropping to a dangerous purr. "We Addamses are rather protective of the young." As she spoke, Wednesday and Pugsley moved to stand beside Harry, both looking more eager than frightened. "Is this the part where we get to play?" Pugsley asked hopefully, fidgeting with a suspicious-looking device in his pocket. "Not yet, darling," Morticia replied. "First, we need to meet their leader. It would be rude to start without him." "You dare speak of the Dark Lord?" A woman's voice, filled with fanatical devotion, emerged from behind one of the masks. "You filthy American trash. You know nothing of his power." "Ah, passion!" Gomez exclaimed. "I love it. You must be the devoted lieutenant, there's always one. My dear, you remind me of Morticia when she's planning executions." The female Death Eater, Bellatrix Lestrange, Harry realized, actually faltered, clearly uncertain how to respond to being complimented rather than feared. "Enough," came a new voice, high, cold, and unmistakable. The Death Eaters parted, revealing a tall, skeletal figure with gleaming red eyes and skin as white as a skull. "Harry Potter. We meet again." Voldemort had arrived. A hush fell over the Hall of Prophecy. Even the Addamses seemed momentarily silenced by the Dark Lord's presence, though Harry suspected it was more from curiosity than fear. "Voldemort," Harry acknowledged, gripping his wand tightly. The Dark Lord's lipless mouth curved into a terrible smile. "Such courage. Such foolishness. You've brought more friends to die for you." His red eyes scanned the group, lingering with mild confusion on the Addams family. "Though I don't recognize these ones. Tom Riddle, I presume." Morticia stepped forward, extending her hand as if greeting an equal at a society function. "Morticia Addams. Your work with soul fragmentation is quite innovative." "Crude, but innovative." Voldemort's expression flickered from surprise to fury. "You dare use that name? You dare speak to Lord Voldemort as if, oh, we're all lords of something, darling," Morticia interrupted smoothly. "Gomez is the Lord of the Bottomless Pit on his mother's side. Such a dreary title, all that paperwork." For perhaps the first time in his life, Voldemort appeared genuinely speechless. His Death Eaters shifted uneasily, clearly unprepared for their master to be addressed so casually. It was exactly the distraction they needed. Harry caught Gomez's subtle nod. Time to spring their counter-ambush. "Now!" Harry shouted. Chaos erupted. Pugsley threw a handful of what looked like marbles onto the floor. They exploded into thick, choking darkness that filled the hall. Fester activated his strange electrical device, sending bolts of lightning crackling through the darkness, illuminating confused Death Eaters trying to find targets. Wednesday calmly flicked her wrists, sending what appeared to be venomous spiders skittering toward the enemy. The room filled with startled shouts as the arachnids climbed unseen up robes and beneath masks. "Potter!" Voldemort's furious voice cut through the confusion. "Crucio!" The curse shot toward Harry, who was already moving. Instead of hitting him, it struck one of Fester's electrical streams and rebounded, hitting a Death Eater who collapsed screaming. "How fascinating!" Luna observed, calmly sidestepping a jet of red light. "The protection potion is working perfectly." She was right. Spells that managed to hit them seemed to slide off harmlessly, leaving momentary glowing traces on their skin before dissipating. "Fall back to the door," Harry called to his friends. According to plan. The DA members began retreating toward the exit, covered by Lurch, who was using a Death Eater as an impromptu club to clear a path. Things scuttled through the chaos, tripping enemies and retrieving dropped wands with astonishing efficiency. Gomez was in his element, fencing with 3 Death Eaters simultaneously, laughing maniacally as he disarmed one after another. Magnificent! Such spirit! Such poor technique! Morticia glided through the battle untouched, occasionally flicking her fingers to send jets of shadow that wrapped around Death Eaters like constricting serpents. "Children, stay close. The real fun hasn't even begun." Harry reached the door first, the prophecy clutched in his hand. As his friends joined him, he risked a glance back. Through the swirling darkness and electrical discharges, he caught glimpses of Voldemort, face contorted with rage, firing killing curses that somehow never quite reached their targets. "Let's go." Harry pulled the door open, revealing the circular chamber beyond. Phase 2. They piled through, the Addamses bringing up the rear. As soon as the door closed behind them, Fester pressed something against it, a small device that melded with the black surface like quicksilver. "What's that?" Neville asked, panting. "Dimensional anchor," Fester replied with a manic grin. "When they follow us through, and they will, they're in for a surprise." Right on cue, the door burst open. Voldemort stood framed in the entrance, his red eyes blazing with fury, flanked by Bellatrix and Lucius Malfoy. Behind them crowded the remaining Death Eaters. "Nowhere to run, Potter," the Dark Lord hissed. "Who's running?" Harry replied with newfound confidence. "We're just changing the venue." Fester clicked a small remote control. The device on the door frame pulsed with eerie light. Suddenly, the doorway behind Voldemort no longer led back to the Hall of Prophecy. Instead, it opened onto a twisted landscape of writhing shadows and impossible architecture. "Welcome," Wednesday intoned, "to the in-between." Before the Death Eaters could react, a powerful suction yanked them backward through the altered doorway. Voldemort dug his wand into the floor, creating anchoring magic that held him in place while his followers disappeared screaming into the dimensional tear. "Interesting," Morticia observed. "He has better instincts than his followers." Voldemort rose, his face a mask of cold fury. "What magic is this? What have you done with my Death Eaters?" "Just a little detour," Gomez explained cheerfully. "Don't worry, most people survive the in-between. Those with strong minds, anyway. The others. Well, gibbering insanity isn't so bad once you get used to it." "You dare." Voldemort raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse shot toward Gomez, who simply sidestepped it with the practiced ease of a matador. The spell hit the wall behind him, leaving a scorch mark. "Spirited," Gomez exclaimed. "Reminds me of my grandfather, same temper, similar nose situation." While Gomez kept Voldemort distracted, Wednesday nudged Harry. "The prophecy," she whispered. "It's the anchor to his obsession. Break it." "But," Harry began. "Trust me," she said, her dead eyes somehow conveying sincerity. "Some knowledge isn't meant to be possessed by anyone." Harry looked down at the glowing orb in his hand. For this, Sirius had almost died. For this, his parents had been murdered. With sudden resolution, he raised the prophecy high and smashed it against the floor. A ghostly figure rose from the shattered glass, mouth opening to speak, but before any words could emerge, Wednesday made a sharp gesture with her hand. The spectral form dissolved into mist, the prophecy's secrets scattered beyond recovery. "No!" Voldemort's scream of rage shook the chamber. "What have you done, Potter? What have you done?" "Freed myself," Harry answered, feeling a strange weight lift from his shoulders. "That prophecy doesn't control either of us anymore." Voldemort's face contorted with fury beyond anything Harry had seen before. "Then you shall die without ever knowing your destiny." He raised his wand again, but before he could cast, Fester tossed something at his feet. "Fire in the hole!" Fester shouted gleefully. The small object exploded, not with fire or shrapnel, but with a pulse of energy that warped the air itself. The floor beneath Voldemort became insubstantial, and with a cry of shock, he began to sink into it as if into quicksand. "What is this magic?" he demanded, struggling against the pulling force. "Family secret," Morticia replied with a serene smile. "Don't worry, it won't kill you. Death would be too merciful for someone who hurts children." As Voldemort sank deeper, his red eyes locked with Harry's. "This isn't over, Potter. I cannot die. I will return." "Probably," Harry agreed. But today, you lose. With a final furious cry, Voldemort disappeared completely into the floor. The moment he vanished, the twisted doorway that had swallowed his Death Eater sealed itself with a sound like tearing silk. For a moment, everyone stood in stunned silence. Did we just win? Ron finally asked, his voice incredulous. For now, Morticia replied. Your Dark Lord was telling the truth about one thing: he cannot truly die while his soul remains fragmented. Horcruxes, Wednesday added, looking directly at Harry's scar. Including the one in you. Harry's hand flew to his forehead. In me? You mean, a piece of his soul attached to yours the night he tried to kill you, Morticia confirmed. It's why you see through his eyes sometimes. Why you speak snake language. Can you remove it? Harry asked, suddenly desperate. Not here, not now, Morticia replied. Such work requires preparation. But yes, it can be removed, without killing you, if that's your preference. Generally that is most people's preference, dear, Gomez noted cheerfully. Before they could discuss further, distant shouts echoed from beyond the Department of Mysteries. Company's coming, Fester announced. Sounds like the cavalry finally arrived. The order, Harry realized. They must have discovered we're missing. Time for a strategic exit, Gomez declared. Unless you'd like to spend hours explaining dimensional travel and extra-legal combat to your authorities. Harry looked at his friends, all shaking their heads emphatically. Let's go. Lurch opened another trunk, revealing the same swirling void they'd used to reach the Ministry. One by one, they stepped through, focusing on the room of requirement. As Harry prepared to enter last, he glanced back at the Department of Mysteries. Somewhere beyond that sealed door, Voldemort was trapped in whatever strange dimension the Addamses had connected to their device. His Death Eaters were scattered through the in-between spaces, possibly never to return in quite the same form. All because Harry had accidentally summoned the strangest family in the multiverse. With a smile, he stepped into the trunk and left the Ministry behind. They emerged in the room of requirement to find Grandmama waiting, looking immensely pleased with herself. Well, she demanded. How was your Dark Lord adventure? Magnificent. Gomez exclaimed, twirling Morticia in an impromptu dance. Curses, combat, interdimensional banishment, everything a growing boy needs. We trapped Voldemort and his Death Eaters between dimensions, Harry explained more practically. But Morticia says he'll eventually find a way back because of his Horcruxes. Grandmama's eyes narrowed. Horcruxes, is it? Nasty business, soul-splitting. Creates terrible metaphysical indigestion. She peered closely at Harry's scar. And you've been carrying one all this time, poor lightning boy. Can you help me get rid of it? Harry asked urgently. Without, you know. Dying horribly. Grandmama supplied. Of course, dear. The Addamses have been removing unwanted spiritual passengers for centuries. It's practically a family hobby. Like guillotines are my hobby. Pugsley added helpfully, patting his miniature death machine. Exactly, Grandmama agreed. Now, removing a Horcrux requires certain preparations. Wednesday, fetch my extraction kit from the mansion. Morticia, we'll need a containment vessel, something suitably dreary. I have just the thing, Morticia replied, producing a small black box from the folds of her dress. Great Aunt Calpurnia's jewelry case. She was buried with it, but she won't mind us borrowing it temporarily. Perfect. Grandmama clapped her gnarled hands together. The rest of you, give us space. Soul extraction is messy business. The DA members retreated to the far side of the room, watching with mingled fascination and horror as the Addamses prepared for whatever bizarre ritual they had in mind. Wednesday returned moments later with what appeared to be a leather doctor's bag, from which Grandmama extracted instruments that would have looked more at home in a medieval torture chamber than a medical setting. Now, Lightning Boy, lie down here, Grandmama instructed, indicating a table that had materialized in the center of the room. "This won't hurt a bit." "That's reassuring," Harry muttered, nevertheless complying. "I said it won't hurt a bit because it will hurt a lot," Grandmama clarified cheerfully. "Honesty is important in medical procedures." "Wait," Hermione interrupted, stepping forward. "Are you sure this is safe? Perhaps we should consult Professor Dumbledore first." "Your bearded headmaster is very wise, I'm sure," Grandmama replied, sorting through her instruments. "But the Addams family has been practicing soul magic since before his ancestors learned to wear pointy hats. Now, unless you prefer your friend to continue sharing brain space with a murderous dark wizard." Hermione bit her lip, but stepped back. "Be careful, Harry." "Always am," he replied with a weak smile. Grandmama positioned herself at Harry's head, while Morticia and Wednesday took positions on either side. Gomez, Fester, Pugsley, and Lurch formed a circle around them, each holding what appeared to be a black candle. "Thing, the salve," Grandmama commanded. The disembodied hand scuttled forward, carrying a jar of greenish ointment which Grandmama applied liberally to Harry's scar. It burned cold, like ice pressed against bare nerve endings. "Now, Lightning Boy, this next part is important," Grandmama said, her voice suddenly serious. "When I begin the extraction, you'll feel the fragment fighting to remain attached. It will try to use your own fears against you. You must focus on what anchors your soul, love, friendship, whatever keeps you Harry Potter." "You can manage that, I think," Wednesday commented, almost approvingly. "You have an unusually stubborn soul." "Thanks," Harry replied uncertainly. 3, 2, 1, Grandmama counted, then placed her hand directly on Harry's scar and began chanting in a language that sounded older than time itself. Pain exploded behind Harry's eyes, white-hot, all-consuming pain that made Voldemort's Cruciatus curse feel like a gentle tickle. He clenched his teeth to keep from screaming, focusing desperately on his friends' faces, on memories of happier times at Hogwarts, on the thought of a future free from Voldemort's shadow. Through the haze of agony, he heard Voldemort's voice in his mind, hissing threats and promises, power beyond imagining if he surrendered, torment beyond endurance if he resisted. Images flashed before his eyes, his friends dead, Hogwarts in ruins, a world consumed by darkness. "Fight it, Lightning Boy," Grandmama's voice penetrated the nightmare. "It's losing its grip." Harry focused harder, summoning memories of his parents from the Mirror of Erist, of Sirius offering him a home, of Ron and Hermione standing by him through every danger. With a sensation like a barbed hook being ripped from his flesh, something tore free. Harry's back arched as a writhing, screaming shadow was pulled from his scar. Morticia quickly opened the black box, and Grandmama directed the struggling fragment inside. Wednesday slammed the lid shut, and Pugsley produced an alarming number of locks which he rapidly affixed to the container. The pain vanished as suddenly as it had begun. Harry lay gasping on the table, his entire body drenched in sweat, but his mind feeling clearer than it had in years. The constant background pressure he'd never even realized was there had lifted, leaving him feeling strangely light. "It worked," he whispered, touching his scar gingerly. Though still tender, it no longer pulsed with malevolent energy. "Of course it worked," Wednesday replied. "Grandmother hasn't lost a patient in weeks." Grandmama helped Harry sit up. "How do you feel, Lightning Boy?" "Like I've been run over by the Hogwarts Express, then scraped off the tracks with a spatula," Harry admitted. "But also, better. Lighter." "The fragment is contained," Morticia reported, examining the box, which was rattling slightly. "What shall we do with it?" "I vote explosion," Fester suggested enthusiastically. "Acid bath," was Pugsley's contribution. "The family pet needs feeding," Wednesday pointed out. "All excellent suggestions," Gomez approved. "But perhaps we should let Harry decide. It was his head, after all." All eyes turned to Harry, who found himself in the bizarre position of determining the fate of a piece of Voldemort's soul. "Can it be destroyed completely?" he asked. So it can never return to him? Certainly, Grandmama confirmed. Though it requires a level of destruction few things can achieve. Basilisk venom, fiend fire, certain ancient rituals. Or we could feed it to Kitty Cat, Pugsley suggested. Nothing survives Kitty Cat's digestive system. Who or what is Kitty Cat? Hermione asked cautiously. Family pet, Wednesday explained. Distant cousin to your Nundu, but with more tentacles. I vote for the fiend fire option, Harry decided quickly. Cleanest solution. Spoilsport, Pugsley muttered, but didn't argue further. Fiend fire it is, Gomez declared. We'll handle it back at the mansion, got just the containment chamber for it. Came in handy during that unfortunate incident with the Vatican's exorcist team. Before Harry could ask about that concerning statement, the door to the room of requirement burst open. Professor McGonagall stood in the entrance, wand raised, her face a mask of alarm. Potter. Thank Merlin you're, she froze, taking in the bizarre scene before her, Harry on a table surrounded by the strange Addams family, his friends clustered anxiously nearby, and what appeared to be medical instruments designed by someone with a very concerning imagination. Good evening, Professor, Harry greeted her as calmly as possible under the circumstances. We were just removing a Horcrux. McGonagall blinked rapidly, her wand hand wavering. A Horcrux. From my scar, Harry clarified, as if that made the situation more normal. The Addams family was helping. I see. McGonagall's gaze swept over the Addamses, who responded with varying levels of cheerful waves and unsettling stares. And would these be the same people responsible for Professor Umbridge's disappearance, by any chance? What a charming accusation, Morticia replied smoothly. I'm Morticia Addams, and this is my family. We're simply visiting from abroad. Very abroad, Gomez added helpfully. McGonagall looked like she was developing a migraine in real time. The headmaster has returned to Hogwarts, she finally said. He would like to see you immediately, Potter. All of you, she added, gesturing to the DA members. Of course, Harry agreed, sliding off the table. Will you give us a moment, Professor? We need to say goodbye to our friends. McGonagall hesitated, clearly torn between duty and the instinctive desire to put as much distance as possible between herself and the Addamses. 5 minutes, Potter, she finally conceded. Not a second more. She retreated, closing the door firmly behind her. The moment she was gone, Gomez burst into delighted laughter. Magnificent woman. Reminded me of my 4th grade teacher, she had me buried alive for misbehaving. Character building. We should return home, Morticia said, glancing at the box containing Voldemort's soul fragment, which was still rattling ominously. This container won't hold forever, and the dimensional doorway is already weakening. But what about the other Horcruxes? Harry asked urgently. Voldemort made more, didn't he? That's why he can't die. Indeed, Grandmama confirmed. I sense at least 5 others, scattered and hidden. We need to find and destroy them, Harry insisted. Before Voldemort escapes from whatever dimension you trapped him in. Grandmama considered this, then smiled a smile that would have sent dark creatures running for cover. Perhaps we could arrange a more extended cultural exchange. What did you have in mind? Hermione asked cautiously. A proper Addams family vacation. Gomez declared, seizing on the idea with characteristic enthusiasm. We haven't had a good Horcrux hunt since Great-Uncle Vlad's unfortunate soul-splitting experiment in 1897. We could return this summer, Morticia suggested. After the children's poisoning final exams, of course. Education must come first. But that's weeks away, Harry protested. Voldemort could escape by then. Time moves differently between dimensions, Lightning Boy, Grandmama assured him. What might be weeks for you will feel like centuries for him. Besides, she added with a wink, we left him with some company to keep him entertained. Company? Ron echoed. Your pink friend expressed such interest in meeting a real Dark Lord, Wednesday explained, her deadpan delivery making the statement even more disturbing. We thought they might enjoy getting acquainted. Harry's eyes widened as he realized what she meant. You put Umbridge in the same dimensional pocket as Voldemort? Seemed only fair, Grandmama shrugged. Educational for both of them. The mental image of Umbridge and Voldemort trapped together in some unknowable dimension was so absurd that Harry couldn't help laughing. Soon all the DA members were in stitches, the release of tension after their harrowing night overwhelming their better judgment. It's settled then, Gomez announced, clapping Harry on the shoulder. We'll return this summer for Operation Horcrux Hunt. I'll bring my collection of cursed object detectors, only exploded twice last time I used them. And I'll prepare suitable containment vessels, Morticia added. Something stylish yet functional. I'll study soul magic, Wednesday volunteered. The evisceration techniques might prove useful. As the Addamses began packing up their strange implements, Harry felt a peculiar mix of emotions, relief at being free of Voldemort's soul fragment, amazement at having survived another encounter with the Dark Lord, and a strange affection for this bizarre family who had turned his world upside down. Thank you, he said simply. For everything. Think nothing of it, my boy. Gomez exclaimed, pumping his hand vigorously. What's a little interdimensional travel and soul extraction between friends? You're practically family now, Morticia agreed. And family helps family. Even when it involves extra-legal activities and possible violations of the laws of nature, Wednesday added. Lurch opened the trunk portal once more, the swirling void within seeming to call to the Addamses. One by one, they bid farewell to Harry and his friends, promising to return soon with all the necessary equipment for a proper Horcrux hunt. Thing gave Harry's cheek an affectionate pat before scuttling into the void. Grandmama was the last to leave. She pressed a small leather pouch into Harry's hand. Protection powder, she explained. Sprinkle it around your bed each night. It won't stop everything, but it'll give whatever's trying to kill you a nasty surprise. That's comforting, Harry replied. Grandmama cackled. Oh, lightning boy. You've faced a Dark Lord and lived, carried a soul fragment for years without losing yourself, and befriended the Addams family. You're made of stronger stuff than you know. She patted his cheek. We'll see you soon. Try not to die before summer. With that parting advice, she stepped into the trunk. The portal sealed behind her with a sound like distant thunder, leaving the room of requirements suddenly quiet and much more ordinary. Well, Ron said after a moment, that was mental, Harry supplied. Brilliant, Neville added. Highly illegal, Hermione sighed, but with a small smile. And now we have to explain to Dumbledore why we've been consorting with interdimensional travelers and fighting Voldemort at the Ministry. Leave out the bit about Umbridge being trapped with Voldemort, Harry suggested. Some things are too disturbing even for Dumbledore. As they left the room of requirement to meet their fate, Harry touched his scar one last time. For the first time since he could remember, it felt like just a scar, no pain, no connection to Voldemort, no whispers of alien thoughts. Just a lightning bolt-shaped reminder of his past. And thanks to the strangest family in any dimension, he now had a fighting chance at a future. The meeting with Dumbledore went better than expected. The headmaster, recently reinstated and already dealing with the political fallout of Umbridge's disappearance, seemed more relieved to find Harry safe than angry about their unauthorized excursion. Let me understand correctly, Dumbledore said, peering at them over his half-moon spectacles. You were lured to the Department of Mysteries by a false vision planted by Voldemort, but instead of walking into his trap alone, you brought friends? Yes, sir, Harry confirmed, carefully avoiding specifics about exactly who those friends were or which dimension they came from. And these friends helped you not only escape the Death Eaters, but temporarily banish Voldemort himself? That's right, Professor. And in the process, they removed a piece of Voldemort's soul from your scar, a fact I had suspected but had not confirmed until this moment. Harry nodded, touching his scar reflexively. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, looking both impressed and troubled. "You have been busy indeed, Harry." "Sir," Hermione ventured, "did you know about the Horcruxes? Is that why Voldemort didn't die when his curse rebounded?" A shadow crossed Dumbledore's face. "I had my suspicions, Miss Granger. I have, in fact, been researching the matter this year during my enforced absence from Hogwarts." "There are more," Harry said. "At least 5 others, according to," he caught himself before saying, "Grandmama, according to what we learned tonight." "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed. "I have identified several possibilities. With your permission, Harry, I would like to include you in this research when you return after summer holidays." "Actually, sir," Harry replied carefully, "I already have plans for Horcrux hunting this summer. With friends." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose nearly to his hairline. "The same friends who assisted you tonight, I presume?" "Yes, sir." The headmaster studied Harry for a long moment, then sighed. "I suppose I have forfeited some right to direct your actions, having kept you at a distance this year, a mistake I deeply regret. However, I must insist that you keep me informed of your progress. Hunting Horcruxes is dangerous work, Harry." "We'll be careful," Harry promised, thinking of Wednesday's deadpan stare and Pugsley's enthusiasm for explosives. "Well, as careful as possible when working with the Addams family." The conversation continued for some time, with Dumbledore extracting as many details as they were willing to share about the night's events. He seemed particularly interested in the method used to remove the soul fragment from Harry's scar, though they remained deliberately vague on specifics. "One last question," Dumbledore said as they prepared to leave. "These mysterious friends of yours. Would they happen to be connected to Dolores Umbridge's disappearance as well?" Harry met the headmaster's piercing blue gaze. "I couldn't possibly comment on that, sir." A twinkle appeared in Dumbledore's eye. "I see. How convenient that both problems have been addressed so thoroughly." "Very convenient, sir." "Well then," Dumbledore rose, effectively ending the interview. "I suggest you all get some rest. It has been a most extraordinary night." As they filed out of the office, Harry couldn't help asking one final question. "Professor? What will happen about Madame Edgecombe? Will she remain as headmistress?" "Ah," Dumbledore's smile turned slightly mischievous. "I believe Madame Edgecombe has just received an urgent transfer to the Ministry's new Antarctic Communications Department. Something about her unique qualifications for cold climate work. Most unfortunate timing." Harry exchanged glances with his friends. Perhaps Dumbledore had more in common with the Addams family than he'd initially thought. The last week of term passed in a blur. With Umbridge gone and Madame Edgecombe mysteriously reassigned, life at Hogwarts began returning to normal. The educational decrees were removed, the inquisitorial squad disbanded, and Dumbledore resumed his rightful place as headmaster. The Daily Prophet, executing a complete reversal of its previous position, now proclaimed Harry the Chosen One and acknowledged Voldemort's return. Ministry officials who had spent the year smearing Harry now sought photo opportunities with him, which he steadfastly refused. "Hypocrites," he muttered, tossing aside yet another request for an interview. Where were they when Umbridge was torturing students? "Speaking of Umbridge," Ron said, lowering his voice though they were alone in the Gryffindor common room, "do you think she and you-know-who are still, wherever the Addamses sent them?" "I'm trying very hard not to think about it," Hermione replied with a shudder. "The implications are too disturbing." "I wonder who's torturing whom," Ginny mused. "My money's on Umbridge driving Voldemort mad with her hem-hem and pink cardigans." The mental image was so absurd that they all dissolved into laughter. It felt good to laugh, to really laugh, after the tension of the past year. As the Hogwarts Express carried them back to London, Harry found himself feeling strangely optimistic despite the challenges ahead. The compartment was crowded with DA members who had become even closer since their bizarre adventure. Luna read the Quibbler upside down as usual, occasionally offering observations about the interdimensional properties of railway travel. Neville tended a strange plant that Grandmama had left behind, which occasionally purred when stroked. Ginny and Ron argued good-naturedly about Quidditch prospects for next year. And through it all, Harry kept one hand in his pocket, fingers brushing against the small black mirror that connected him to the strangest allies anyone could imagine. As the train pulled into King's Cross, he felt the mirror warm slightly against his fingers. Pulling it out, he saw mist swirling within its depths, forming briefly into the shape of a disembodied hand giving him a thumbs up before dissolving back into fog. Harry smiled. Summer vacation was about to get very interesting indeed. Chapter 3, The Vanishing Act. The last person Harry expected to see on Privet Drive was Gomez Addams, yet there he stood on the Dursleys' immaculate front lawn, wearing a pinstriped suit and fencing with a garden gnome statue. "Ha! Excellent parry, my stone friend, but your footwork needs improvement." Gomez lunged dramatically, his sword clanging against the ceramic gnome. Harry dropped his trunk in shock. He'd just dragged it from the night bus stop around the corner, having endured another nauseating journey from London. "Mr. Addams? What are you doing here?" Gomez spun around, face lighting up. "Harry, my boy. Just getting acquainted with the local wildlife." He gestured at the gnome, which now sported several chip marks. "Nowhere near as lively as our garden statuary, but spirited in their own immobile way." From inside the house came Uncle Vernon's outraged bellow, "Boy! There's a lunatic attacking the garden gnome. If this is one of your freakish friends, not just one freakish friend, darling," came Morticia's unmistakable purr from somewhere behind Vernon. "An entire freakish family. How delightfully judgmental of you to notice." Harry sprinted up the path and through the front door, which stood ajar. The scene in the Dursleys' living room froze him in his tracks. Aunt Petunia was pressed against the wall, face white with terror as Wednesday examined the family photos with unsettling intensity. Uncle Vernon had backed himself into a corner, confronted by Morticia, who was arranging dead roses in Petunia's prized crystal vase. Dudley remained paralyzed on the sofa, where Pugsley sat beside him, enthusiastically describing what sounded like medieval torture techniques. "And then the intestines are slowly removed while the victim is still conscious," Pugsley was saying cheerfully. "Grandmama says it's important to keep them alive through at least the first 3 organs." Dudley made a small whimpering noise. "Harry." Morticia glided toward him, leaving the half-arranged roses. "Perfect timing. We were just getting acquainted with your relatives." She gestured toward the Dursleys with elegant disdain. "They're charmingly provincial. What are you doing here?" Harry repeated, torn between horror and delight at seeing the Dursleys so thoroughly discombobulated. "We're here to collect you, of course," Gomez announced, striding in from the garden. "Horcrux hunting waits for no man. Or teenager. Or disembodied dark wizard fragments. You can't just barge in here." Vernon finally found his voice, face purpling with familiar rage. "This is my house. I'll call the police." "Oh, please do," Wednesday said, her flat voice somehow more terrifying than any shout. "I've always wanted to meet English police. Do they still carry those quaint batons? So inefficient compared to thumbscrews." Vernon's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. "We discussed this, dear," Morticia reminded her daughter. "No authorities this trip. Remember what happened in Prague?" "That was mostly Uncle Fester's fault," Wednesday replied. "No one told him the chandelier was historically significant." Harry's mind raced to catch up. "You're taking me, now. But Dumbledore said I need to stay here for at least 2 weeks for the blood protection." "Blood protection?" Grandmama cackled, emerging from the kitchen with what appeared to be a bubbling cauldron. How she'd managed to brew something in the time it took Harry to walk from the bus stop was anyone's guess. "Amateur work, if you ask me. Your mother did her best with what she knew, bless her soul, but the Addamses have forgotten more about blood magic than most wizards ever learn." She thrust a cup of something green and smoking toward Harry. "Drink this. It'll bind your mother's protection to your core instead of this dreadful house. No offense," she added to Petunia, who looked on the verge of fainting. "I've tested it on Pugsley 3 times, Wednesday offered. He only grew extra limbs once. And they fell off after a week," Pugsley added helpfully. Harry stared at the bubbling concoction, weighing his options. 2 more weeks with the Dursleys versus immediate freedom with the Addams family and the minor risk of extra limbs. No contest. He drank the potion in one gulp. It tasted like burnt cinnamon and something metallic that might have been blood. Warmth spread from his stomach outward, culminating in a strange tingling sensation that centered on his scar before dissipating. Perfect. Grandmama examined his eyes and tongue with professional interest. The protection is now internalized. You could live in a cardboard box and still be safe from your Dark Lord, at least until he finds a way around it, which he eventually will because that's what Dark Lords do. They're so predictably persistent. This is outrageous. Vernon bellowed, finding his courage now that it appeared the intruders might be leaving. "You can't just come in here with your freakish potions and—" His words cut off abruptly as Lurch materialized behind him, looming like a particularly disapproving mountain. "Luggage," Lurch groaned, extending a massive hand toward Harry. "Upstairs, first bedroom on the right," Harry directed, fighting a grin. Lurch nodded and lumbered up the stairs, which creaked alarmingly under his weight. "Are we really leaving now?" Harry asked, hope building in his chest. "What about the underage magic restrictions?" "The Ministry, details." Gomez waved dismissively. "The Ministry has bigger problems at the moment. Something about unexplained dimensional anomalies and missing bureaucrats. Most puzzling situation." Morticia's lips curved in a subtle smile. "We've made arrangements for your legal protection. Your godfather was most helpful." Harry's heart skipped. "Sirius? You've talked to Sirius?" "Fascinating man," Morticia confirmed. "Such an appreciation for family heritage, even the darker aspects. We had the most delightful conversation about his mother's portrait." "When? How?" Harry demanded. "Thing is remarkably effective at delivering interdimensional messages," Grandmama explained. "Been acting as our courier. Your godfather has granted us temporary guardianship for the summer. All magically binding, all perfectly legal, well, legal adjacent." "The best kind of legal," Gomez chimed in. Harry's mind spun with possibilities. A summer away from the Dursleys, hunting Horcruxes with the Addams family, with Sirius's blessing. It seemed too good to be true. "What about my friends?" he asked. "Ron and Hermione? They'll want to help." "Already arranged," Wednesday said. "The bushy-haired one is meeting us tomorrow with her research. The tall one with red hair follows wherever you two go anyway." Lurch returned, carrying not just Harry's school trunk but everything he owned, somehow packed and organized in the span of minutes. "Then I guess I'm ready," Harry said, turning to the Dursleys with poorly concealed satisfaction. "I'll see you, actually, maybe I won't." Aunt Petunia made a strangled noise that might have been relief or protest. "One moment," Morticia said, approaching Vernon with measured steps. Her presence seemed to fill the room with shadows despite the afternoon sunlight streaming through the windows. "A word about Harry's previous summers here." Vernon shrank back. "We took him in. Fed him, clothed him, locked him in a cupboard," Wednesday interrupted, examining the small door under the stairs with interest. "Fascinating architectural choice for a bedroom. Very Addams, actually. We keep cousin Itt in something similar when he visits." Vernon paled. "How did you? We know many things, Mr. Dursley." Morticia's voice dropped to a silky whisper. "The bars on his window. The cat flap for feeding. The starvation. The neglect." With each accusation, the room seemed to darken, though the sun still shone outside. A chill spread from where Morticia stood, causing the Dursleys to huddle closer together. The Addams family has a long tradition regarding those who mistreat children, Morticia continued. We're making an exception in your case, out of respect for Harry's wishes. He's remarkably forgiving, a quality I find both admirable and slightly perplexing. But should we learn of any further incidents, Gomez added, suddenly serious despite his usual manic energy, any attempts to regain custody, any whispers of defamation against our young friend here. We'll be back, Wednesday finished, her dead-eyed stare fixed on Dudley, who looked like he might wet himself. And next time, Pugsley added cheerfully, we'll bring the full family collection of thumbscrews. Are we understood? Morticia asked, though it wasn't really a question. The Dursleys nodded frantically. Excellent. Gomez's jovial persona returned instantly. Been a pleasure meeting Harry's family. Such hospitality. Such vibrant fear responses. You must visit the mansion someday. We have a lovely guest room adjacent to the alligator pit. The alligators are quite friendly, Morticia assured them. They only eat visitors on Tuesdays. With that parting comment, the Addamses shepherded Harry and his belongings out the door, leaving the Dursleys in stunned silence. Outside, Harry finally let the laughter he'd been suppressing escape. That was brilliant. I've never seen Uncle Vernon so terrified. Fear is an excellent teaching tool, Grandmama observed, patting his shoulder. Though I still think a small curse would have been educational. Where are we going now? Harry asked, following them down Privet Drive. Neighbors peered from behind curtains at the strange procession, no doubt preparing to give Aunt Petunia an earful about those peculiar people visiting the Potter boy. First, to our temporary headquarters, Gomez replied. We've rented a charming property just outside London. Has its own dungeon and everything. Actually a wine cellar, Morticia corrected. But Wednesday has been making modifications. They reached the end of the street where a vehicle that could only loosely be described as a car waited. It resembled a hearse that had been crossbred with a Victorian carriage, elongated to limousine proportions, and painted a glossy black that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Chrome fixtures shaped like gargoyles adorned the hood, and the wheels featured spinning blade-like hubcaps. The family car, Gomez announced proudly. Imported from America. Runs on a mixture of gasoline, swamp gas, and the wails of the damned. That last part is mostly aesthetic, Grandmama assured Harry, noticing his expression. Though it does improve the fuel efficiency. Lurch opened the rear door, revealing an interior far larger than should have been physically possible. Plush leather seats lined both sides of an expansive cabin, while various switches and buttons of mysterious purpose covered the walls. A crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, swaying gently despite the vehicle being stationary. Undetectable extension charm? Harry guessed as he climbed in. Something like that, Morticia replied. Though our version tends to occasionally open into pocket dimensions. Don't touch the blue door in the back unless you're prepared for tentacles. Harry made a mental note to avoid the ominous blue door as he settled into a seat. The rest of the family piled in, with Lurch taking the driver's position. With a sound like a banshee's wail mixed with a well-tuned V8 engine, the car lurched into motion. Next stop, Horcrux hunting headquarters. Gomez declared. And then, the hunt begins. Harry could hardly believe how quickly his summer had transformed from the expected Dursley drudgery to this bizarre adventure. As the car sped away from Privet Drive, at what had to be well above legal limits, he felt a weight lifting from his shoulders. For the first time in his life, he was truly free of the Dursleys, with the promise of action rather than waiting helplessly for Voldemort's next move. The car journey proved almost as harrowing as the night bus, though in different ways. Lurch drove with a casual disregard for traffic laws, physical limitations, and occasionally the laws of physics. They hurtled through London at impossible speeds, sometimes seeming to pass through solid objects rather than around them. Dimensional slipping, Grandmama explained when Harry gasped as they apparently phased through a double-decker bus. Very useful for traffic. The ministry tried to regulate it back in the 1850s, but they never quite figured out how to detect it. They eventually reached a massive wrought iron gate set into an ancient stone wall. Beyond it stood a sprawling Victorian mansion that looked like it had been designed by someone who thought haunted houses were too cheerful. Tilting towers and asymmetrical wings sprawled across overgrown grounds, while gargoyles peered down from every corner of the roof. "Dreadful place," Gomez announced as the gates swung open of their own accord. "Been in the British branch of the family for centuries. Hasn't been properly maintained since the last witch burnings, which gives it that authentic decrepit charm. It's been vacant since Grandfather Addams was driven out by angry villagers in 1897, Wednesday added. Something about disappearing livestock and spontaneous grave openings. Misunderstandings, Gomez said with a dismissive wave. People are so particular about their dead staying buried. The car crunched up the gravel driveway, coming to a stop before a massive front door adorned with a knocker shaped like a screaming face. As they exited the vehicle, Harry could have sworn he heard distant wails emanating from somewhere within the house. "Don't mind the noises," Grandmama told him, following his gaze. "Just the house settling. And possibly Great-Uncle Forsyth. He was walled up in the East Wing during a particularly spirited game of hide-and-seek in 1823. Never quite left." "The dead so rarely do," Morticia agreed. "One of their more charming qualities." The front door swung open as they approached, revealing a grand entrance hall draped in cobwebs and lit by flickering candelabras. The decor could best be described as funeral parlor meets medieval torture chamber, with various weapons and suspicious-looking artifacts displayed prominently on the walls. "We've been redecorating," Morticia explained, noticing Harry's wide-eyed assessment. "It was far too cheerful when we arrived. All those windows letting in sunlight, most distressing." Indeed, most of the windows had been covered with heavy black drapes, leaving the interior in a perpetual twilight broken only by candlelight and the occasional flash of what looked suspiciously like lightning from somewhere deeper in the house. "Your room is in the North Tower," Wednesday informed Harry, appearing silently at his elbow. "Next to the aviary." "You have an aviary?" Harry asked, thinking of Hedwig. "Of sorts," Wednesday replied. "Mostly bats and the occasional carrion bird. Mother finds them soothing." As if on cue, a massive black raven swooped down from the shadows above, circling once before landing on Morticia's outstretched arm. "Corvus has been exploring the grounds," she explained, stroking the bird's glossy feathers. "He reports several promising locations for our work. The cemetery on the east ground still has active magical signatures, and the mausoleum's lower level appears to connect to a natural cave system. Perfect for ritual space," Gomez exclaimed. "Caves have that authentic eldritch ambience that basements just can't match." Harry's head spun as he tried to keep up with the conversation. "So, we're really going to hunt Horcruxes? From here?" "Of course, my boy." Gomez clapped him on the shoulder. "We've already begun preparations. Your clever friend, Hermione, was it, has been corresponding with us through Thing. Most insightful young lady. Excellent grasp of theoretical soul magic for someone who hasn't performed a single resurrection. Thing brought her some books from our family library," Grandmama added. "Texts the ministry would certainly classify as forbidden if they knew they existed, which they don't because the last inspector who tried to catalog our collection is still wandering the library's nether dimensions." "When will Ron and Hermione arrive?" Harry asked. "Tomorrow morning," Morticia replied. "Along with your godfather, who was most insistent about participating despite the outstanding warrants for his arrest." Harry's heart leapt. "Sirius is coming here. But it's not safe for him to leave Grimmauld Place." "Safer than you might think," Gomez said with a wink. "The ministry's detection methods are woefully inadequate against Addams' family concealment techniques. Besides, who would look for an escaped convict in a house rumored to be haunted by the ghosts of dismembered aristocrats?" "The rumors are greatly exaggerated," Wednesday noted. "Only 3 aristocrats," and they weren't completely dismembered. Harry wasn't entirely reassured, but the thought of seeing Sirius again overrode his concerns. Between the Addams family's strange magic and their apparent disregard for wizarding law, perhaps his godfather would finally have some freedom. Now, Gomez continued, let's get you settled in. Dinner's at 7, we're having Grandmama's special stew. Don't worry, Pugsley whispered to Harry. The eyeballs are just for flavor. The real meat is underneath. That statement did little to increase Harry's appetite. Lurch showed Harry to his room in the North Tower, which proved to be a circular chamber with Gothic windows overlooking the overgrown grounds. Unlike the rest of the house, it appeared to have been cleaned and prepared specifically for him. A four-poster bed with deep red hangings dominated one wall, while a desk and comfortable chair occupied another. His trunk had already been delivered and his clothes hung in an ancient wardrobe that muttered disapprovingly about modern fashions when he opened its doors. Most surprising was the perch near the largest window, where Hedwig already sat, looking remarkably comfortable despite the strange surroundings. How did she get here? Harry wondered aloud. Thing fetched her from your friend's home, came Wednesday's voice from the doorway, causing Harry to jump. She had an unnerving ability to move silently. The owl seemed eager to leave. Something about a smaller owl being insufferably energetic. Harry smiled, picturing Pig driving Hedwig to the edge of her patience. Thanks. This room is great. Wednesday regarded him with her usual deadpan expression. Mother wanted to give you the bleeding room, but Father thought you might find the walls disconcerting. The bleeding room? The walls weep a red substance of indeterminate origin. We find it soothing, but guests often don't share our aesthetic. This is perfect, Harry assured her quickly. Wednesday lingered in the doorway, studying him with unsettling intensity. Your scar is different now, she finally observed. Cleaner. The death aura is gone. Harry touched his forehead reflexively. The scar had indeed felt different since the Addamses had removed Voldemort's soul fragment, less sensitive, less present in his awareness. It doesn't hurt anymore, he confirmed. And no more visions. Pity, Wednesday replied. Visions can be instructive. I've been having them since I was 7. Mostly apocalyptic scenarios and the occasional glimpse of Great Aunt Calpurnia's afterlife predicament with the demon lords. Harry wasn't quite sure how to respond to that. I don't miss Voldemort being in my head, he finally said. Understandable. Possession should be consensual. With that peculiar statement, she turned to leave, then paused. Dinner is in 30 minutes. I recommend the stringy parts of the stew but avoid anything that looks back at you. Harry spent the intervening time exploring his room and the adjacent hallway, which contained several doors leading to rooms he decided not to investigate after hearing what sounded like chains rattling behind one and bubbling liquid behind another. He'd learned quickly that with the Addams family, curiosity often led to disturbing discoveries. Dinner proved to be an experience unlike any meal at Hogwarts or the Dursleys. The dining room featured a table long enough to seat 20, though only the Addams family and Harry were present. Candles floating in what appeared to be small skulls provided eerie illumination, while a chandelier made of antlers and wrought iron hung precariously overhead. The stew, served in pewter bowls by a shuffling Lurch, actually smelled delicious despite its alarming appearance. Following Wednesday's advice, Harry carefully avoided anything that resembled an eyeball or tentacle, focusing on the more conventional-looking chunks of meat and vegetables. Tomorrow we begin our hunt in earnest, Gomez announced, brandishing his knife with enthusiasm. Grandmama has developed a tracking spell specifically attuned to soul fragments. Traditional Horcrux detection methods are so limited, Grandmama explained, spooning something suspiciously wriggling into her bowl. They require proximity or prior knowledge of the vessel. Our approach uses the fragment we extracted from Harry as a reference point. Like finding matching pieces of a torn photograph, Morticia added. Each fragment resonates with the others, creating a harmonic signature in the ethereal plane. Harry paused with his spoon halfway to his mouth. You still have the soul piece from my scar? Of course, Wednesday replied. It's in the containment box in the dungeon. It tries to escape every night at midnight. We've been taking turns watching it for behavioral studies. It displays remarkable persistence, Pugsley added. Last night it almost convinced the spiders to open the box by promising them human hosts. Resourceful, if predictable, Morticia observed. Dark lords always resort to offering power to the desperate. Such a cliché. Harry wasn't sure which disturbed him more, that a piece of Voldemort's soul was in the house, or that the Addamses found its escape attempts entertaining rather than terrifying. Is it safe? He asked carefully. Perfectly contained, Gomez assured him. Wednesday reinforced the box with bloodthorn bindings after the first escape attempt. Quite ingenious, really. It only got as far as the coat rack, Pugsley said, sounding disappointed. I was hoping it would reach my room. I had traps set up and everything. Another time, dear, Morticia consoled him. There are still 5 more fragments to collect. The casual way they discussed hunting pieces of the darkest wizard in history over dinner struck Harry as surreal yet oddly reassuring. The Addams family approached Horcruxes not with fear but with academic curiosity and practical problem-solving, albeit with a distinctly macabre twist. After dinner, they gathered in what Gomez called the strategy room, which appeared to be a former library now dominated by a massive table covered in maps, ancient tomes, and various arcane instruments. A large blackboard listed potential Horcrux locations and vessels, some crossed out, others circled in red. Based on our research and the soul fragment's resonance, we've identified 3 likely locations, Grandmama explained, pointing to the map. A cave on the western coast with significant dark magical signatures, a property in Little Hangleton connected to Riddle's family, and somewhere within Hogwarts itself. Hogwarts? Harry asked in surprise. He hid one at the school. The fragment in your scar reacts most strongly when we orient it toward Hogwarts, Wednesday confirmed. It becomes quite agitated, more so than its usual midnight tantrums. We also have reason to believe at least one Horcrux is in a Gringotts vault, Morticia added. The goblins maintain powerful concealment magics, but even they cannot completely mask the resonance of torn soul fragments. How will we get into Gringotts? Harry asked, remembering the bank's legendary security. Gomez's eyes gleamed with manic delight. The Addams family has a long-standing arrangement with the Goblin Nation. Dating back to the Great Vault collapse of 1756, a misunderstanding involving great-grandfather Addams, 3 Hungarian fire salamanders, and what we maintain was an entirely reasonable amount of experimental explosives. The resulting property damage led to a unique settlement, Morticia explained. The Addams family agreed to provide certain, specialized services for the Goblin Nation in exchange for preferential banking treatment. Specialized services? Harry wasn't sure he wanted clarification. Nothing too strenuous, Gomez assured him. Just the occasional curse-breaking in particularly nasty tombs, ritual assistance during goblin holidays, and sometimes hosting their more difficult clients who require specialized convincing to repay their loans. The screaming room in the East Wing was specifically designed for goblin debt collection, Wednesday added. The acoustics are perfect for maximizing psychological impact. Harry decided not to pursue that line of questioning further. So we have locations. What's our plan? We start with the most accessible target, Grandmama said, tapping the map where Little Hangleton was marked. The Riddle House and the Gaunt Shack nearby both show traces of dark magic. We'll investigate tomorrow after your friends arrive. What about the Ministry? Harry asked. Won't they detect underage magic? Already handled, Gomez declared. We've created a localized confusion field around this property and anywhere we travel as a group. Ministry sensors will register only atmospheric magical noise, like trying to hear a whisper during a thunderstorm. It's not strictly legal, Morticia admitted with a small smile. But neither is splitting one's soul into 7 pieces, so I think we can claim the moral high ground. The planning continued late into the night, with the Addamses displaying a surprising level of strategic thinking beneath their eccentric exteriors. By the time Harry finally retired to his tower room, his head was spinning with information about Horcruxes, soul resonance detection, and the alarmingly comprehensive collection of cursed object handling tools the Addamses had brought for the hunt. Morning arrived with a crack of thunder, literally, as Fester had apparently arrived overnight and was conducting what Pugsley enthusiastically described as lightning collection experiments on the roof. Harry dressed quickly and made his way downstairs, navigating the mansion's confusing layout with only one wrong turn, which led to a room where all the furniture was inexplicably attached to the ceiling. He reached the entrance hall just as a familiar figure materialized from the fireplace in a burst of green flames. "Harry!" Hermione rushed forward, enveloping him in a hug that nearly knocked him over. "Are you all right? This place is incredible, terrifying but incredible. I've been reading the books the Addamses sent and the theory behind soul magic is fascinating if ethically questionable and, let him breathe, Hermione," came Ron's voice as he stumbled out of the fireplace, looking slightly singed. "Blimey, that was some fluke connection. Felt like I was being stretched through a keyhole." "Our fireplace has certain modifications," Wednesday explained, appearing silently beside them. "It routes through 3 different dimensions to avoid ministry tracking. Side effects may include temporal displacement, mild existential dread, and in rare cases, inverted organs." Ron paled. "Inverted organs? Nothing a good shake won't fix," Pugsley assured him, demonstrating a violent full-body convulsion that made Ron look even more alarmed. Before further anatomical discussions could ensue, the fireplace flared green once more. A large black dog leapt out, transforming mid-air into Sirius Black, who landed with considerably more grace than Ron had managed. "Harry!" Sirius embraced his godson fiercely. "Merlin's beard, it's good to see you." "Sirius! You shouldn't be here, it's not safe." Harry protested even as he returned the hug. "Nonsense." Sirius grinned, looking healthier and more vibrant than Harry had ever seen him. "The Addamses have provided better protection than Grimmauld Place ever could. No trace, no tracking, and more importantly, no screaming portrait of my mother. Though we did offer to adopt her," Morticia said as she glided into the hall. "Such passionate hatred for her own blood, very Addams-like. She would have made a charming addition to our portrait collection." "I appreciate the offer," Sirius replied, "but some curses are better left undisturbed. Speaking of which," he turned back to Harry, expression growing serious, "I hear you've had quite the adventure with our interdimensional friends here." The next hour was spent bringing Ron, Hermione, and Sirius fully up to date on everything that had happened since the Department of Mysteries incident. Though they'd received abbreviated versions through messages carried by Thing, hearing the full story, particularly about the Horcrux and Harry's scar, left them alternating between horror and amazement. "So Voldemort is currently trapped between dimensions with Umbridge?" Sirius clarified, looking like he couldn't decide whether to laugh or shudder. "Along with several of his inner circle Death Eaters," Harry confirmed. "Not permanently, unfortunately," Grandmama added as she joined them, carrying what appeared to be a shrunken human head that she casually placed on a side table. "Dimensional barriers are weakening. Our instruments indicate he'll find a way back to this plane within a month, possibly sooner. Which is why we must locate and destroy the remaining Horcruxes before he returns," Morticia explained. "Once all soul anchors are eliminated, he'll be fully mortal. And significantly crankier," Gomez added cheerfully. "Nothing upsets a Dark Lord quite like unexpected mortality." Hermione, who had been unusually quiet, finally spoke. "I've been researching methods for destroying Horcruxes. The conventional wizarding approach mentions basilisk venom or fiendfire, both extremely dangerous." "Conventional approaches are so limiting," Grandmama scoffed. "The Addams family has developed numerous methods for soul fragment disposal over the centuries. Our ancestors made quite a hobby of it during the Mesopotamian dark wizard conflicts. We have options ranging from ritual dissolution to dimensional banishment," Morticia elaborated. each with its own aesthetic qualities. I favor the pit of despair method, Wednesday interjected. The soul fragment experiences every negative emotion it ever inflicted before dissolving into the void. Poetic justice. But first, we need to find them, Harry reminded everyone. Indeed. Gomez consulted a pocket watch that appeared to have several extra hands and possibly an eyeball at its center. Our expedition to Little Hangleton leaves in 30 minutes. Lurch is preparing the car, and Fester is loading the detection equipment. As they prepared for the day's expedition, Harry found a moment alone with Sirius near the mansion's grand staircase. "Are you sure about all this?" he asked his godfather quietly. "The Addamses are, well, completely mad." Sirius supplied with a bark of laughter. "Absolutely. But they're exactly what we need right now, Harry. The Order is still bound by Ministry regulations and Dumbledore's cautious approach. The Addamses operate outside those constraints. They keep Voldemort's soul fragment as a pet," Harry pointed out. "Precisely why they're perfect for Horcrux hunting," Sirius replied. "They understand dark magic without fearing it. Do you know what Morticia said when I explained about the locket Horcrux I found in Grimmauld Place?" Harry blinked in surprise. "You found a Horcrux? In the house cleaning last year? Couldn't destroy it, couldn't figure out how to open it. When I told the Addamses, Morticia just said, 'How delightful, we can have a matched set.' Then sent Thing to retrieve it." Sirius shook his head in amazement. "They're treating one of the darkest magical objects in existence like a collectible. That's good. It's brilliant. No fear, no hesitation, just practical problem solving with a slightly disturbing enthusiasm." Sirius squeezed Harry's shoulder. "Trust them, Harry. They've already done more to hurt Voldemort than the entire Order managed in a year." Harry nodded, reassured. "Let's go Horcrux hunting, then." The journey to Little Hangleton in the Addams family car was even more harrowing than Harry's previous experience. With Fester added to the mix, the vehicle occasionally levitated several feet off the ground when passing over power lines, which he seemed to be siphoning energy from through some contraption attached to the roof. "Excellent conductivity today," he exclaimed after one particularly dramatic surge that caused all the car's interior lights to pulse like a nightclub. "Must be the thunderstorms in the north," charged the ley lines beautifully. Hermione, wedged between Ron and Pugsley in the back seat, clutched her research notes with white-knuckled determination. "Is this normal?" she whispered to Harry. "For them?" "Absolutely," Harry replied. "This is actually tame compared to what happened at the Department of Mysteries." Upon reaching Little Hangleton, Lurch parked the car in a wooded area outside the village. The Addamses had come prepared with an assortment of equipment that would have made Mad-Eye Moody's collection of dark detectors look amateur by comparison. "Soul Resonance Tracker," Fester announced, holding up what appeared to be a modified gramophone with tentacle-like appendages. "Picks up the harmonic vibrations between Horcrux fragments." "Cursed object containment vessels," Morticia added, distributing what looked like small ornate coffins to each of them. "Much more effective than dragon-hide gloves. The interior exists in a partial dimensional fold, the object inside can't affect anything outside. And just in case we encounter resistance," Gomez handed out what appeared to be ordinary walking sticks. "Addams family specialty. One twist activates the integrated defense mechanism." "What kind of defense mechanism?" Ron asked, examining his stick cautiously. "Best not to demonstrate indoors," Gomez advised. "Let's just say the last person who threatened an Addams carrying one of these spent 3 months convinced they were a particularly neurotic chicken." They split into 2 teams, Gomez leading Hermione, Ron, and Pugsley toward the Riddle House on the hill, while Morticia took Harry, Sirius, and Wednesday to investigate the Gaunt Shack in the woods. Fester and Grandmama remained with the car, monitoring the soul resonance equipment and preparing what they cryptically referred to as extraction protocols. The Gaunt Shack proved to be little more than a rotting hovel, nearly swallowed by the surrounding forest. As they approached, Harry felt a distinct chill that had nothing to do with the weather. Strong aversion enchantments, Morticia observed, seemingly unaffected. Designed to make muggles turn back and wizards feel uncomfortable. How considerate of Riddle to confirm we're in the right place. Wednesday pulled a small crystal vial from her pocket and uncorked it. A wisp of silvery vapor emerged, forming into a tiny spectral snake that slithered through the air toward the shack. Ghost venom, she explained to Harry's questioning look. From a particularly vindictive cobra Great-Uncle Eustace accidentally stepped on in 1832. Excellent for detecting hidden curses. The spectral snake approached the shack's door, then suddenly contorted as if in pain before dissipating into mist. Multiple curse layers, Wednesday translated. Ingenious arrangement, nested trigger mechanisms with cascading effects. Child's play, Morticia commented, drawing a wand so black it seemed to absorb the surrounding light. With a series of fluid movements, she began dismantling the protective enchantments, her expression one of mild interest rather than concentration. Where did she get that wand? Harry whispered to Sirius. It doesn't look like any I've seen at Ollivander's. Family heirloom, I'd guess, Sirius replied quietly. The Addamses don't strike me as the type to shop for standard wizarding equipment. Ebony and Chimera heartstring, Wednesday explained, overhearing despite their hushed tones. Crafted by great-great-grandmother Addams during the Spanish Inquisition. The core was harvested from a chimera she raised from an egg before it tragically ate her husband. Tragic because Mother had planned to feed him to it on their anniversary, she added as clarification. The chimera was impulsive but ultimately saved her the trouble. Before Harry could process this disturbing family anecdote, Morticia straightened. The outer wards are neutralized. Sirius, if you would handle the door. It may still be trapped conventionally. Sirius approached cautiously, casting several detection spells before cautiously pushing the door open with his wand rather than his hand. The hinges creaked ominously, revealing a squalid interior thick with dust and cobwebs. Homey, Wednesday commented, sounding genuinely appreciative. They entered slowly, Morticia leading with her unusual wand extended. The shack consisted of a single room with decaying furniture, a collapsed bed frame, and a rusted cooking pot in what had once been a fireplace. The resonance is strong here, Morticia observed, her eyes half closed as if listening to something only she could hear. Below us, I think. Wednesday crouched suddenly, pressing her pale hand against a specific floorboard. Here. The wood is different, newer, though disguised to appear old. Sirius cast another detection spell. There's definitely something magical underneath. Strong concealment charm, probably linked to a nasty curse. My favorite kind, Wednesday remarked, reaching into her pocket and withdrawing what appeared to be a shriveled hand. Fortunately, I brought Uncle Justinian. Is that a hand of glory? Hermione would have been horrified, Harry thought. Similar principle, different preparation method, Wednesday explained, placing the desiccated appendage on the floorboard. Uncle Justinian volunteered his services posthumously. He's particularly talented at finding hidden treasures. The withered fingers twitched, then began scratching at the wood with blackened nails. As they watched, the hand scuttled across the floor like a nightmarish spider, occasionally pausing to tap or scratch particular spots. It's searching for the weakest point in the concealment, Morticia explained. Quite efficient, though sometimes overeager. Last Christmas it found all the hidden presents within minutes. With a sudden movement, the hand froze, then began frantically tapping a specific knot in the floorboard. Wednesday nodded approvingly. Good work, Uncle Justinian, she said, retrieving the hand and returning it to her pocket. He says there's a box underneath, heavily cursed with a withering jinx set to activate on touch. Withering jinx? Harry repeated. Like what happened to Dumbledore's hand? Sirius and Morticia both looked at him sharply. Dumbledore's hand is withered? Sirius asked. Since when? It wasn't when we left Hogwarts, Harry replied, trying to remember. But I saw him in Diagon Alley last week with McGonagall. His right hand was blackened and shriveled. He was trying to hide it in his sleeve. Morticia and Wednesday exchanged significant glances. It seems we're not the only ones hunting Horcruxes, Morticia observed. Though perhaps with less preparation. Withering curses are Riddle's signature on his most valuable possessions, Wednesday noted. Elegant but predictable. Can you remove the floorboard without triggering it? Sirius asked. Better than that, Morticia replied. With a complex wand movement, she traced a pattern in the air that seemed to shimmer with its own light. We'll extract the curse first, then the object. The spell settled over the floorboard, sinking into the wood like water into sand. A moment later, something dark and oily began to seep upward, a viscous substance that writhed as if alive. Fascinating construction, Wednesday observed, studying the extracted curse as it hung suspended in the air. The withering component is linked to a secondary effect that would activate if the victim sought medical help. Very thorough. What do we do with it? Harry asked, eyeing the malevolent substance with apprehension. Waste not, want not, Morticia replied, conjuring a small crystal bottle. With another wand movement, she guided the curse into the container and sealed it. Curses this complex are quite useful in garden protection. The roses will appreciate it. With the curse safely contained, Sirius levitated the floorboard away, revealing a small golden box nestled in a hollow beneath. Even from a distance, Harry could feel the malevolent energy emanating from it, a sensation of hatred and arrogance that reminded him sickeningly of Voldemort. That's it, he confirmed unnecessarily. That's a Horcrux. Wednesday produced one of the containment coffins Morticia had distributed earlier. Allow me, she said, her usually monotone voice carrying a hint of anticipation. With practiced movements, she used her wand to levitate the box directly into the coffin without touching it, then snapped the lid closed. The oppressive feeling immediately diminished, though didn't completely disappear. One down, Sirius said with grim satisfaction. And judging by the curse protection, it must be important to him. We'll identify exactly which object it is once we return to headquarters, Morticia stated. Opening it requires proper containment facilities. As they exited the shack, Harry noticed Wednesday studying him with her unsettling gaze. What? He asked. You're developing a sensitivity to dark magic, she observed. You felt the Horcrux before we opened the floor. Interesting adaptation after hosting a fragment yourself. Harry hadn't realized it until she pointed it out, but she was right. He had sensed the Horcrux's presence, not just intellectually recognizing its evil, but physically feeling it like a pressure against his skin. Is that normal? He asked. Normal is relative, Wednesday replied. In the Addams family, it would be considered a promising sign of magical maturity. In your wizarding world, they might call it dark sensitivity and eye you suspiciously. Great, Harry muttered. Another weird ability to make people think I'm going dark. Embracing darkness doesn't mean becoming evil, Wednesday said, her expression unreadable. It means acknowledging that shadow exists alongside light. The truly dangerous ones are those who deny their own capacity for darkness while calling themselves pure. It was possibly the longest statement Harry had ever heard from Wednesday, and surprisingly profound. Before he could respond, they reached the road where the second team was waiting with expressions of triumph. Found one. Ron announced excitedly. Under the floorboards in what used to be the Riddle study. Hufflepuff's cup, Hermione added. It matches the historical descriptions perfectly. Ingenious protections, Gomez enthused. Triple-layered curses with a nasty soul-draining component. Haven't had this much fun since that Bolivian tomb expedition. We found one as well, Morticia replied, holding up their containment coffin. Though we haven't identified the specific object yet. 2 Horcruxes in one day. Gomez spun Morticia in an impromptu dance of celebration. And it's not even lunchtime. Cara mia, we should hunt dark artifacts more often, it's invigorating. Indeed, mon cher, Morticia agreed with a rare smile. Perhaps for our anniversary. A romantic Horcrux honeymoon. Gomez kissed her hand passionately. You say the most captivating things. The drive back to Dreadful Place was punctuated by Fester's running commentary on the soul signatures they'd collected and Pugsley's alarmingly detailed suggestions for destruction methods. Harry found himself sandwiched between Ron and Hermione, all three exchanging glances that ranged from bemused to concerned as the Addamses discussed the finer points of soul fragment extraction with the casual enthusiasm of hobbyists. Are they always like this? Ron whispered after Fester suggested a particularly gruesome destruction technique involving acid and something called mongoose venom. Pretty much, Harry confirmed. You get used to it. Sort of. They're absolutely brilliant, Hermione admitted reluctantly. Terrifying, but brilliant. The way Mrs. Addams handled that withering curse, I've never seen spellwork that intricate. And they found 2 Horcruxes in one morning, Harry added. After the Order and Dumbledore spent months searching. Speaking of Dumbledore, Sirius interjected from the seat in front of them, we should inform him of our progress. If his hand is injured as Harry described, he may have encountered a similar curse. Thing can deliver a message, Morticia suggested. Discreetly, of course. Where is Thing, anyway? Harry asked, realizing he hadn't seen the disembodied hand since the previous evening. Reconnaissance mission, Grandmama explained from the driver's seat, where she had replaced Lurch for reasons Harry didn't want to contemplate. Checking the security at Gringotts. A hand can slip through much smaller openings than a person, you know. Upon returning to Dreadful Place, they gathered in what had been converted into a combination laboratory and ritual space in the mansion's basement. Unlike the gloomy dungeons at Hogwarts, this space was well lit and equipped with workstations that would have made Professor Snape green with envy. The 2 containment coffins were placed on a central table surrounded by protective circles inscribed in substances Harry preferred not to identify. Morticia and Grandmama worked together to create a specialized containment field, while Wednesday prepared what she called soul extraction implements, a collection of silver instruments that looked more appropriate for surgery than magic. Before we open these, a word of caution, Morticia addressed the group. Horcruxes are not passive objects. They sense threats and will attempt to defend themselves, typically by influencing the minds of those nearby. They prey on existing fears, insecurities, and desires, Wednesday added. The fragment we removed from Harry's scar has attempted psychological manipulation every night since extraction. What does it say? Harry asked hesitantly. It offers power, mostly, Pugsley replied with a shrug. Sometimes knowledge. Last night it tried to convince me it could teach me how to create inferi, which was interesting until Grandmama pointed out our family already has better reanimation techniques. The point is, Morticia continued, when we open these containers, you may experience negative thoughts or urges. Remember they are external influences, not your own. With those concerning warnings, the Addamses began the delicate process of opening the first coffin, the one containing the object from the Gaunt shack. As the lid lifted, Harry felt an immediate pressure in his mind, similar to what he'd experienced in the Chamber of Secrets with Riddle's diary, but less intense. Inside lay a gold ring set with a black stone. Even from a distance, Harry could see strange markings etched into the stone's surface. The Gaunt family ring, Sirius identified it. I recognize it from Ministry records of Morphin Gaunt's arrest. More than that, Grandmama murmured, studying the stone without touching it. That symbol. Morticia, do you see it? Morticia leaned closer, her eyes widening slightly, the most surprise Harry had ever seen her display. The Deathly Hallows. How extraordinary. What are the Deathly Hallows? Harry asked, fighting against the ring's subtle influence urging him to touch it. A wizarding legend, Hermione replied. 3 powerful artifacts supposedly created by death itself, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak. Not merely legend, Wednesday corrected. The Addams family has encountered all 3 objects throughout history. Great-great-grandfather Addams owned the Elder Wand briefly before his unfortunate decapitation in 1717. And that stone, Grandmama indicated the ring, appears to be the resurrection stone itself. Riddle likely had no idea of its significance beyond its connection to his ancestry. He turned a legendary magical artifact into a Horcrux. Hermione looked horrified at the sacrilege. Typical dark wizard short-sightedness, Morticia commented. Using priceless artifacts as vanity projects. With the ring identified, they turned to the second Horcrux, Hufflepuff's cup, as Hermione had recognized. Both objects radiated malevolent energy that seemed to increase the longer they remained exposed. We should destroy them quickly, Sirius suggested, eyeing the ring warily. Before they can influence us further. Agreed, Morticia replied. Though it seems a shame to destroy the resurrection stone. Perhaps we can extract the soul fragment while preserving the original object? I've been developing a technique for targeted soul extraction, Wednesday offered. Similar to what we used on Harry, but more precise. Is that safe? Hermione asked skeptically. Define safe, Wednesday countered. It's less likely to cause catastrophic dimensional ruptures than our other options. That's not very reassuring, Ron muttered. We'll try extraction on the cup first, Grandmama decided. The ring's connection to death makes it more unpredictable. What followed was the strangest and most disturbing magical procedure Harry had ever witnessed. Wednesday, assisted by her mother, constructed an elaborate apparatus that resembled a combination of distillery equipment and medieval torture devices. The cup was placed in a central chamber, surrounded by crystals that glowed with an eerie purple light. Soul resonance amplifiers, Fester explained to the confused Hogwarts contingent. Makes the fragment vibrate at its natural frequency until it separates from the host object. Like using sound to shatter a specific glass while leaving others intact, Hermione realized, her academic curiosity overcoming her apprehension. Precisely, Morticia confirmed. Though with significantly more screaming. Sure enough, when the apparatus was activated, a high-pitched wail emanated from the cup, not a sound made by metal, but the agonized cry of something living. The air above the cup darkened and writhed as the soul fragment was slowly pulled from its vessel. Containment ready, Grandmama announced, holding open a box similar to the one that held the fragment from Harry's scar. With a final shriek of protest, a shadowy mass tore free from the cup and was immediately directed into the containment box. The moment the lid closed, the oppressive atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. Success! Gomez declared. One Horcrux down, one priceless artifact recovered. And 4 more Horcruxes to locate, Morticia added pragmatically. The same procedure was repeated with the gaunt ring, though with considerably more difficulty. The fragment and the ring fought viciously against extraction, causing the crystals to crack and the apparatus to smoke ominously before finally surrendering to the inevitable. Remarkable resistance, Wednesday observed as the second soul piece was safely contained. This fragment appears older than the one in the cup, likely created earlier in Riddle's Horcrux experimentation. The first Horcrux would have contained half his soul, Hermione theorized. Each subsequent one would contain progressively smaller fragments. Correct, Morticia confirmed. The first division is always the most powerful. Each additional split weakens the main soul exponentially. By the time both Horcruxes had been neutralized, evening had fallen. The group retired to the mansion's main dining room for a celebratory dinner prepared by Lurch and Grandmama, a feast that looked mostly normal by wizard standards, though Harry caught Pugsley feeding something suspiciously wriggling to a plant in the corner. 3 down, 4 to go, Sirius summarized as they ate. The fragment from Harry's scar, the cup, and the ring. Plus the locket you found at Grimmauld Place, Morticia added. Things should be returning with it shortly. That's half of them, Harry realized, feeling a surge of hope. We've already destroyed half of Voldemort's Horcruxes. And identified likely locations for 2 others, Hermione added, consulting her notes. Based on the soul resonance readings, there's definitely one at Hogwarts and another in a Gringotts vault, likely the Lestrange vault, given Bellatrix's position in Voldemort's inner circle. The final Horcrux remains elusive, Morticia noted. The resonance pattern suggests something living, which complicates matters. Living? Harry repeated. You mean like Nagini, his snake? Highly probable, Wednesday agreed. Creating a living Horcrux would appeal to Riddle's serpentine affinities. It also explains the variable tracking readings, the container moves independently. Tomorrow, we plan the Gringotts expedition, Gomez announced. The goblins are expecting us at noon for a special withdrawal consultation, their euphemism for unusual vault access. You're really going to break into Gringotts? Ron looked both terrified and impressed. Not break in, Gomez corrected. We have an appointment. Much more civilized, though admittedly less exciting than a proper heist. As the evening progressed, Harry found himself drawn into a conversation with Morticia about his mother's blood protection, which had somehow evolved from his specific case to a broader discussion of sacrificial magic throughout history. Your mother's protection was intuitive rather than ritualized, she explained. The most powerful magic often is. Intent and love created a shield no calculated dark magic could penetrate. But Voldemort got around it eventually, Harry pointed out. Using my blood in his resurrection ritual. A temporary solution at best, Morticia replied. By taking your blood, he created a new connection between you, one that works both ways. Your mother's protection now exists within him as well, creating a magical paradox. What kind of paradox? The kind that makes destroying him permanently both easier and more complicated, she said enigmatically. We'll understand better once all Horcruxes are eliminated. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Thing, scuttling across the dining table with remarkable speed. Clutched in his fingers was a heavy gold locket bearing a serpentine S in glittering emeralds. Slytherin's locket, Hermione breathed. It matches the historical descriptions perfectly. Excellent work, Thing. Gomez praised, while Wednesday offered the disembodied hand a small treat that it grabbed enthusiastically. We'll process this one tonight, Grandmama decided, examining the locket with professional interest. The extraction apparatus is still calibrated from the earlier procedures. That will bring us to 4 out of 7, Sirius noted. More progress in 2 days than the order made in a year. The advantages of unorthodox approaches, Morticia observed with a slight smile. Sometimes the conventional wisdom becomes a limitation rather than a guide. As the dinner concluded and preparations began for processing the locket, Harry found himself on one of the mansion's many balconies, staring up at the night sky. Despite the bizarre circumstances and unsettling surroundings, he felt more hope than he had in months. The Horcruxes weren't just theoretical targets now, they were actual objects being systematically eliminated. Sirius joined him, leaning on the balcony railing. Quite a summer vacation, eh? Harry laughed. Not exactly what I was expecting. Better than the Dursleys, I hope. Definitely. Though Pugsley did try to convince me to test a mostly harmless explosive device this morning. Sirius chuckled. They're growing on you, aren't they? The Addamses. Harry considered this. They're completely mad, but in the best possible way. They see the world differently, all the dark, scary things that wizards fear, they just accept as normal. Even interesting. It's freeing, isn't it? Sirius observed. Their perspective. No fear, no shame about their oddities. Just absolute acceptance of who they are. I never thought about it that way, Harry admitted. I spent 12 years surrounded by creatures that feed on happiness, Sirius said quietly. It changes how you see the world. The Addamses remind me that darkness doesn't have to be evil. Sometimes it's just different. Before Harry could respond, a bone-chilling scream echoed from within the mansion, the unmistakable sound of a Horcrux being destroyed. Sounds like another successful extraction, Sirius remarked, completely unfazed. "Shall we go watch?" Harry nodded, following his godfather back into the strange mansion that had somehow become their headquarters in the fight against Voldemort. As odd as their methods might be, the Addams family was getting results, and right now, that was all that mattered. The next week passed in a whirlwind of activity. The Gringotts expedition proved surprisingly anticlimactic, at least by Addams standards. Gomez and Morticia, accompanied by Harry under his invisibility cloak, met with a senior goblin in a private chamber deep beneath the bank. "The item you seek is indeed in the Lestrange vault," the goblin confirmed after consulting ancient ledgers. "Our sensors detected anomalous soul magic during routine security sweeps. Most irregular. Gringotts has soul magic sensors?" Harry whispered to Morticia, impressed despite himself. "Only since 1823, she whispered back. "After the Bavarian necromancer incident. Very messy affair involving zombie goblins and misappropriated gold. The retrieval itself happened without Harry's direct involvement. Apparently, some aspects of the Addams goblin arrangement required privacy even from allies." Gomez and Morticia disappeared deeper into the bank for nearly an hour, returning with another containment coffin and expressions of satisfaction. "Hufflepuff's cup has a twin," Gomez announced once they were safely back at Dreadful Place. "Though this one contains significantly more curses. Most inventive use of a Gemino hex I've seen in decades." 5 down, 2 to go, Hermione updated her tracking chart. "Just the Hogwarts Horcrux and the snake left." The Hogwarts Horcrux proved more challenging to locate. Though the soul resonance tracking narrowed its position to the castle, pinpointing its exact location would require on-site investigation, impossible during summer holidays without triggering multiple security alarms. "We need insider access," Grandmama mused during their strategy session. "Someone who can move freely through Hogwarts without suspicion." "What about Dumbledore?" Ron suggested. "He's the headmaster, he could search anywhere." "Dumbledore may have his own agenda," Morticia replied diplomatically. "While our goals align in general terms, his methods and timeline may differ from ours. Also, he hasn't responded to our message about the Horcruxes we've found," Sirius added. "That suggests he's either unavailable or deliberately maintaining distance." "What about house elves?" Harry suggested suddenly. "They can operate within Hogwarts, access any room, and nobody pays much attention to them." "Brilliant, lightning boy!" Grandmama cackled. "An overlooked resource, just the sort of unconventional thinking we need." "Dobby would help," Harry said confidently. "He's already proven he'd do anything for me, even when it means breaking rules." "Perfect." Gomez clapped his hands. "Thing can deliver the summons immediately." Dobby appeared that evening in a crack of displaced air, his tennis ball eyes widening to impossible proportions as he took in the Gothic surroundings and the assembled company. "Harry Potter sir has called Dobby to a most unusual place," the elf squeaked, eyeing Wednesday and Pugsley with particular apprehension. "Dobby feels many dark magics here, but not evil magics. Most confusing." After explaining their mission, with Dobby interrupting every few seconds to proclaim Harry's greatness for fighting he who must not be named, they equipped the eager elf with a modified soul resonance detector disguised as a tea cozy. "It will grow warmer as you approach the Horcrux," Hermione explained. "When it becomes hot to the touch, you'll be very close." "Dobby will find the dark object," the elf promised solemnly. "Dobby will search every room in Hogwarts if necessary." "Focus on the 7th floor first," Harry suggested, remembering the room of requirement. "Especially the corridor with the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy." "And be careful," Hermione added. "Don't touch anything that feels dark, just mark its location and return immediately." With a determined nod and another crack, Dobby vanished on his mission. While waiting for the elf's return, they turned their attention to the final known Horcrux, Nagini, Voldemort's snake. This presented unique challenges, as the serpent rarely left her master's side. "We'll need to draw her out," Sirius theorized. Or strike when Voldemort eventually returns from whatever dimension you trapped him in. About that, Fester interjected, looking up from a strange device that resembled a barometer filled with glowing green liquid. The dimensional readings are showing increasing instability. The barriers are weakening faster than predicted. How much time do we have? Harry asked. Days, not weeks, Grandmama confirmed grimly. Our initial estimate of a month was too optimistic. We're on solid footing regardless, Gomez asserted confidently. 5 Horcruxes down, the 6th nearly located. Even if Voldemort returns before we find Nagini, he'll be vulnerable. 1 Horcrux isn't much protection. Unless he creates more, Hermione pointed out. Once he realizes his soul anchors are being destroyed, he might make replacements. Each additional splitting would weaken him further, Morticia noted. At this point, attempting to create new Horcruxes might be more dangerous to him than beneficial. Their planning continued late into the night, debating strategies for confronting a weakened but still dangerous Voldemort upon his return. The Addamses contributed tactical suggestions that ranged from the brilliant to the bizarre, while Hermione documented everything in her increasingly complex strategic outline. Dobby returned shortly before dawn, his ears drooping with exhaustion but his eyes bright with triumph. Dobby has found it, he announced, holding up the tea-cozy detector, which glowed like a miniature sun. In the come-and-go room, where Harry Potter taught defense. It is a crown-like object hidden in many, many things. A crown? Hermione repeated. Could it be Ravenclaw's diadem? It's been lost for centuries. Not lost, Wednesday corrected. Hidden. There's a distinct difference. With Dobby's detailed description of the object's location, they formulated a plan to retrieve it the following day. Sirius would accompany Gomez and Wednesday to Hogwarts under Harry's invisibility cloak, using one of the secret passages Harry had shown on the Marauder's map. I should go too, Harry insisted. I know the Room of Requirement better than anyone. Too risky, Morticia countered. If Dumbledore has additional wards we're unaware of, your magical signature would be instantly recognized. Besides, Grandmama added, we need you here for the final preparations. The extraction of the previous Horcruxes has given us valuable data, we're refining a technique that may be useful when Voldemort himself returns. Though frustrated at being left behind, Harry grudgingly agreed to the plan. The retrieval team departed early the next morning, armed with Addams' family detectors and containment equipment. Don't worry, my boy. Gomez assured Harry with his characteristic enthusiasm. Back before you know it, 1 more Horcrux in hand. The waiting proved nearly unbearable. Harry paced the mansion's halls, checking the specialized clock Fester had configured to monitor dimensional stability. The hands crept steadily toward a section ominously labeled, Imminent Breakthrough, suggesting Voldemort's return was approaching rapidly. Ron and Hermione attempted to distract him with chess and research respectively, but his mind remained fixed on the mission to Hogwarts and the looming confrontation with a diminished but still deadly Voldemort. When the retrieval team finally returned that afternoon, their expressions told Harry everything before they spoke. We got it, Sirius confirmed, holding up a containment coffin. Ravenclaw's diadem, exactly as Dobby described. But? Harry prompted, sensing the unspoken concern. The castle was not unoccupied as expected, Wednesday explained in her monotone. Dumbledore has returned early, along with several Order members. They appear to be preparing defensive positions. They know something's coming, Sirius added. Dumbledore's set up wards I've never seen before, and Moody was patrolling the corridors with a squad of Aurors. We avoided detection, Gomez assured them, though it was a near thing. Had to use the old Addams family shadow step through 3 corridors when McGonagall almost spotted us. Exhilarating. This changes our timeline, Morticia observed. If Dumbledore is mobilizing defenses, he must also sense Voldemort's imminent return. As if in response to her words, the dimensional stability clock suddenly chimed an ominous sequence of notes. All eyes turned to watch its hands spin rapidly toward breakthrough. Sooner than expected, Grandmama murmured, studying the instrument. The dimensional tear is widening. We have hours, perhaps less. Then we process this final Horcrux immediately, Morticia decided. And prepare for confrontation. The next few hours passed in a blur of activity. The diadem underwent the now familiar soul extraction process, bringing their total to 6 Horcruxes neutralized. The only remaining anchor was Nagini, who would presumably return alongside her master when he escaped the dimensional prison. As evening approached, the mansion transformed into a war room. The Addamses produced an alarming array of weapons and artifacts, while Sirius contacted Select Order members with coded warnings about Voldemort's impending return. The Ministry won't believe us without proof, he explained grimly. But Remus, Tonks, and a few others will respond to my signal if needed. Our priority is Nagini, Morticia reminded everyone. Once the snake is eliminated, Voldemort becomes mortal. Assuming our count is correct, Hermione added. If he made more Horcruxes than we know about. He didn't, Wednesday stated with unusual certainty. 7 is the most magically stable number for soul division, 6 external containers plus the main piece. The resonance patterns confirm this structure. A sudden crash from the basement interrupted their planning. The dimensional stability clock shattered, its hands spinning wildly before exploding outward like shrapnel. He's coming through, Grandmama announced unnecessarily. They rushed to the basement laboratory, where the air had become visibly distorted, rippling and tearing like fabric under stress. The containment boxes holding the extracted soul fragments vibrated violently on their shelves, responding to their creator's proximity. Fascinating, Morticia observed calmly, even as the tear in reality widened. The fragments sensed the main soul approaching and attempt to reunite. Is that possible? Harry asked in alarm. Could they escape and rejoin him? Unlikely with our containment, Wednesday assured him. Though not impossible. Nothing involving soul magic is ever certain. The tear expanded suddenly, a blinding flash of green light erupting from its center. When Harry's vision cleared, a familiar figure stood in the basement, Lord Voldemort, his snake-like features contorted with rage, Nagini coiled around his shoulders. Behind him, cowering in terror, was a pink-clad figure Harry hadn't expected to see again. Umbridge? Ron blurted in disbelief. Indeed, Dolores Umbridge had returned alongside Voldemort, though barely recognizable from the prim bureaucrat they remembered. Her pink cardigan was tattered, her hair wild, and her eyes held the haunted look of someone who had witnessed horrors beyond imagination. Potter, Voldemort hissed, his red eyes scanning the assembled group. You and your strange allies have been busy in my absence. Seemed like a good opportunity, Harry replied, surprised by his own calm. Finding and destroying Horcruxes is so much easier when you're not around to interfere. Voldemort's expression flickered, a moment of shock quickly masked by fury. Impossible. You couldn't know, oh, but we do, Morticia interjected smoothly. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, and the soul fragment that lived in Harry's scar for 14 years. All found, all neutralized. You lie. Voldemort raised his wand, but Gomez was faster, activating one of the Addams family walking sticks. A burst of energy knocked the Dark Lord backward, though he maintained his footing. Fascinating defensive technique, Voldemort acknowledged, his voice cold. But ultimately futile. Even if you speak the truth about my Horcruxes, which I do not concede, I still have Nagini. The massive snake hissed menacingly, raising her head from his shoulders. And I have this, Wednesday replied, stepping forward with what appeared to be an ordinary silver hairpin. Before anyone could react, she flicked her wrist, sending the pin flying across the room with uncanny accuracy. It struck Nagini directly between the eyes, sinking deep into the snake's skull. For a moment, nothing happened, then the serpent began to convulse, a black ichor seeping from the wound as an unearthly scream filled the room. Mongolian spirit silver, Wednesday explained conversationally as the snake thrashed in its death throes. Fatal to living Horcruxes. Family recipe. No. Voldemort's anguished cry shook the foundations of the house. He whirled on Wednesday, wand raised. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse shot toward her, but instead of striking its target, the green light seemed to bend around Wednesday before dissipating harmlessly into the wall. Death-repelling amulet, she explained, touching a small pendant at her throat. Death and I have an understanding. Voldemort's face contorted with rage and disbelief. What are you people? The Addams family, Gomez replied proudly. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, officially, that is. We've been getting quite familiar with pieces of your soul lately. The Dark Lord's eyes darted around the room, landing on the containment boxes that held his soul fragments. Understanding and horror dawned on his serpentine features. It's over, Tom, Harry said quietly. 7 Horcruxes, all destroyed. You're mortal now. For a moment, Voldemort seemed to shrink, the reality of his situation sinking in. Then his expression hardened, a cruel smile twisting his lipless mouth. Perhaps, Potter. But so are you. With lightning speed, he grabbed the still cowering Umbridge, using her as a shield while directing his wand at the ceiling. Bombarda Maxima. The explosion rocked the mansion, bringing down chunks of stone and wood as the basement ceiling partially collapsed. In the chaos, Voldemort dragged Umbridge toward the still-open dimensional tear. Follow if you dare, he taunted. But this time, I choose the destination. Before anyone could stop him, he plunged back through the tear, dragging the screaming Umbridge with him. The portal fluctuated wildly, its edges becoming unstable. He's attempting to collapse the passage from the other side, Morticia observed, her calm voice at odds with the destruction around them. Quite clever, if desperate. We can't let him escape. Harry moved toward the tear, but Sirius grabbed his arm. Wait. We don't know where it leads now. Doesn't matter, Harry insisted. He's weakened, mortal. This might be our only chance. I concur, Wednesday stated, already moving to Harry's side. The pursuit of escaping prey is an Addams tradition. Well said, my darling. Gomez exclaimed. The hunt continues. Who's with us? To Harry's surprise, everyone stepped forward, the entire Addams family, Sirius, Ron, and Hermione, all prepared to follow Voldemort into the unknown. The tear won't remain stable for long, Grandmama warned. Minutes at most. Anyone who goes through must be prepared for the possibility of no return. Then we move quickly, Morticia decided. She turned to Harry. You should lead. This confrontation has always been your destiny. Harry nodded, drawing his wand and approaching the fluctuating dimensional tear. Beyond its shimmering surface, he glimpsed what appeared to be a desolate landscape under a blood-red sky. Together, he said, glancing back at his allies, this strange coalition of wizards and the macabre family who had become unexpected friends. Together, they echoed, raising their various weapons and wands. With a deep breath, Harry stepped through the portal, emerging onto a blasted plain that seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions. The ground beneath his feet was black and cracked, while the crimson sky pulsed with unnatural energy. The blasted dimension, Wednesday identified their surroundings as she emerged behind him. A realm of pure destruction. Appropriate choice for a final confrontation. The others followed quickly, the Addams family appearing entirely comfortable in the nightmarish landscape while Ron and Hermione looked around in horror. Where is he? Sirius growled, wand at the ready. A high, cold laugh answered him. Voldemort stood atop a jagged rock formation several hundred yards away, Umbridge still clutched in his grasp like a human shield. Welcome to my new kingdom, Potter, he called, his voice carrying unnaturally across the plain. A dimension of pure chaos, where magic follows different rules. Rules that favor the creative and the merciless. To demonstrate, he raised his wand and conjured what should have been a simple incendio. Instead, a massive column of fire erupted from the ground, twisting into serpentine shapes that seemed almost alive in their malevolence. You see, in this realm, dark magic is amplified. Voldemort's eyes gleamed with manic intensity. I may have lost my Horcruxes, but here I can become something greater, a god of chaos. Fascinating theory, Morticia commented. Though fundamentally flawed. Flawed? Voldemort sneered. You know nothing of this dimension, witch. On the contrary, she replied calmly. The Addams family has vacation property in 17 different dimensions. This one belongs to Cousin Cataclysm. He finds the ambient destruction soothing for his nerves. For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Voldemort's face. You're in our territory now, Tom. Gomez declared, spreading his arms wide. And the Addamses always welcome guests, especially those who don't expect to leave. The standoff erupted into chaotic battle as Voldemort unleashed the enhanced dark magic of the dimension. Spells that would have been merely dangerous on Earth became catastrophic here, curses that melted the ground into bubbling tar, conjured beasts made of living shadow, and tore rifts in the air itself. Yet the Addams family moved through the chaos with practiced ease, countering with magic equally adapted to the dimension's strange laws. Fester absorbed killing curses into his body, releasing the energy as lightning bolts that shattered Voldemort's shields. Wednesday and Pugsley worked in tandem, deploying devices that bent reality itself around the Dark Lord's position. Harry, Ron, and Hermione fought alongside Sirius, their conventional magic less effective but still potent when combined with the skills they developed during DA training. Morticia and Grandmama maintained a protective perimeter, preventing Voldemort from escaping into the deeper reaches of the dimension. Gradually, they closed the distance, driving Voldemort back despite his increasingly desperate attacks. The Dark Lord's face contorted with fury and, increasingly, fear. Stay back, he warned, holding Umbridge before him. Or witness the death of your former teacher. Bold of you to assume we'd object, Wednesday commented dryly. She tortured students, Harry added, continuing his advance. She deserves justice, not necessarily rescue. Umbridge's eyes widened in horror as she realized her value as a hostage was rapidly diminishing. Seeing his advantage slipping away, Voldemort shoved Umbridge aside and turned the full force of his augmented magic directly at Harry. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse, amplified by the dimension's chaotic energy, erupted from his wand with the force of an explosion. Harry raised his own wand, instinctively casting the first spell that came to mind. Expelliarmus. The two spells collided in mid-air, but instead of the priori incantatem effect Harry had experienced in the graveyard, something entirely different occurred. The spells merged and expanded, creating a swirling vortex of magical energy that engulfed both casters. Within this eye of magical chaos, Harry found himself face to face with Voldemort, their wands still connected by a thread of power. The sounds of battle faded, leaving only the two of them in an impossible space between moments. It always comes to this, doesn't it, Potter? Voldemort's voice was strangely calm. You and I, bound by prophecy and blood. Not anymore, Harry replied. The prophecy was destroyed. The Horcrux in my scar is gone. The only thing binding us now is your refusal to accept defeat. Defeat? Voldemort laughed hollowly. Even mortal, I remain the most powerful wizard alive. I have explored magic you cannot imagine. And yet you've never understood the most fundamental power, Harry countered. The same power that saved me as a baby. The power my mother wielded. The power the Addamses understand despite all their strangeness. Love? Voldemort spat the word like a curse. Still clinging to Dumbledore's foolish family, Harry interrupted. Connections to others. My mother's sacrifice. The Weasleys taking me in. Sirius risking everything to protect me. Even the Addamses, who barely knew me, fighting beside me now. That's what you've never had, Tom. That's why you'll always lose. Something flashed across Voldemort's face, an emotion Harry couldn't identify. For a brief moment, he glimpsed the abandoned orphan behind the monster. Then the moment passed, and Voldemort's features hardened once more. Pretty words, Potter. But ultimately meaningless. The vortex around them began to collapse, the magical energies destabilizing. Harry felt a hand on his shoulder, Wednesday, somehow piercing the barrier between them and the outside world. The dimension is becoming unstable, she informed him, her usual monotone tinged with urgency. Cousin Cataclysm's realm doesn't appreciate uninvited magical duels. The ground beneath them shuddered, vast cracks opening to reveal a bottomless void below. The red sky darkened to the color of dried blood, while lightning of impossible colors forked across the horizon. We need to leave, Harry realized. All of us. The portal is closing, Wednesday confirmed. Mother is holding it open, but not for long. Harry looked at Voldemort, still connected to him by their locked spells. Despite everything, he couldn't bring himself to leave even his worst enemy to the fate of a collapsing dimension. Come with us, he offered, surprising himself. Face justice in our world, not destruction in this one. Voldemort's red eyes widened in genuine shock. You would save me? After everything? Not for you, Harry clarified. For what remains of Tom Riddle? For a moment, it seemed Voldemort might actually consider the offer. Then his expression twisted into a terrible smile. You truly are Dumbledore's perfect student, he sneered. So convinced of your moral superiority. I choose my fate, Potter, not you, not prophecy, not anyone. With a violent twist of his wand, Voldemort broke the connection between them. The vortex imploded, throwing Harry backward into Wednesday's surprisingly strong grasp. As his vision cleared, he saw Voldemort standing at the edge of a massive fissure, Umbridge cowering nearby. If I cannot have immortality, I will have legend, the Dark Lord declared. Lord Voldemort, who conquered death and chose his final destiny. Before anyone could stop him, Voldemort cast a spell at his own feet, collapsing the ground beneath him. As he began to fall into the void, a look of terrible peace crossed his inhuman features, the expression of someone who, even in defeat, believed they had claimed a final victory. In his last moment, he reached out and grabbed Umbridge's ankle, dragging her screaming into the abyss with him. No. Harry lunged forward, but it was too late. Both figures disappeared into the bottomless chasm, their cries fading to nothing. Harry! We must go. Hermione's desperate voice cut through his shock. The dimension is collapsing. The group raced toward the portal, which had shrunk to half its original size. Morticia stood beside it, arms outstretched, visibly straining to maintain the opening against the dimension's increasing instability. One by one they leapt through, first Ron and Hermione, then Sirius, followed by Pugsley, Fester, and Grandmama. Gomez paused at his wife's side. After you, cara mia, he insisted. Together, mon cher, she countered, her voice strained from the effort of holding the portal. Harry and Wednesday reached the portal last. The ground behind them was disintegrating rapidly, the very fabric of the dimension unraveling. Go. Wednesday pushed Harry toward the opening. As he tumbled through, Harry caught a final glimpse of the blasted dimension, a realm of nightmarish beauty in its destruction, with Voldemort's chosen tomb a wound in its heart. Then he was back in the basement of Dreadful Place, landing hard on the stone floor as the portal snapped closed behind Wednesday. For a moment, everyone lay where they had fallen, processing what had just occurred. Is it over? Ron finally asked, breaking the silence. Yes, Morticia confirmed, helping Grandmama to her feet. The dimensional tear has sealed completely. Nothing more will come through, in either direction. Voldemort's gone, Harry said, the reality still sinking in. Really gone this time? Quite definitively, Wednesday agreed. The blasted dimension consumes everything eventually. Even soul fragments with delusions of godhood. And Umbridge with him, Hermione added, her expression torn between horror at the woman's fate and relief that the threat had ended. Poetic justice, Gomez declared. They entered our dimension together, they left it together. A fitting symmetry. A tremor ran through the mansion, dust falling from the partially collapsed ceiling. Perhaps we should continue this discussion upstairs, Morticia suggested. The interdimensional energies have weakened the structural integrity somewhat. They relocated to the main drawing room, where Lurch appeared with trays of steaming tea and what appeared to be funeral-themed celebration cakes. The surreal normalcy of the scene, taking refreshments after witnessing the final defeat of history's darkest wizard, struck Harry as absurdly appropriate given their company. "What happens now?" he asked, accepting a cup from Lurch. "Now," Sirius replied, "we inform the wizarding world that Voldemort is truly gone. Will they believe us without a body?" Hermione wondered. "They'll believe this." Wednesday produced a small vial containing a swirling silver substance, a memory. Visual evidence of the Dark Lord's final moments. Even the Ministry cannot dismiss what they see with their own eyes. And with the Death Eaters who accompanied him into the first-dimensional trap, his support structure is greatly diminished, Morticia added. Those who remain will find themselves without leadership or direction. As they discussed the practical aftermath, notifying Dumbledore and the Order, dealing with remaining Death Eaters, managing the inevitable political chaos, Harry felt a strange sense of anticlimax. After years of fear and preparation, Voldemort's end had come not in the prophesied epic duel, but in a desperate final choice on a disintegrating plane in another dimension. "Disappointed, Lightning Boy?" Grandmama asked perceptively, settling beside him with her own cup of something that definitely wasn't tea. "Not exactly," Harry replied. I always thought it would end differently. That I'd have to kill him, or he'd kill me." "The prophecies," Grandmama interrupted with a dismissive wave, "are merely possibilities given weight by belief. You fulfilled yours by confronting him one final time. How that confrontation ended was never predetermined. He chose his own end," Wednesday added from Harry's other side. "Perhaps the only truly free choice he ever made." Harry considered this. "I offered to save him. At the end." "We know," Morticia said. "It was that offer, that moment of compassion in the face of absolute enmity, that completed what your mother began. The protection she gave you through love found its final expression in your capacity for mercy. Even toward one who deserved none," Gomez added, unusually solemn. "The mark of true heroism, my boy." Harry felt a weight lifting, not just the burden of the prophecy or the fear of Voldemort, but something deeper he hadn't realized he'd been carrying. The fear that to defeat a monster, he might have to become one. "So what now?" Ron asked again, more specifically this time. "Back to Hogwarts in September like nothing happened?" "Somehow I doubt that's possible," Hermione replied with a small smile. "Though it would be nice to have a normal school year for once." "Normal is relative," Wednesday observed. "Your normal involves moving staircases, ghosts, and regular near-death experiences. By most standards, that's already quite Addams-like." This unexpected comparison startled a laugh from Harry. "I never thought of it that way." "You're welcome at the Addams mansion anytime," Morticia offered. "All of you. We maintain a permanent residence in America, though we travel frequently. Dimensional boundaries are merely suggestions to an Addams. And we still have those family protection spells to teach you properly," Grandmama reminded Harry. "Your mother's magic lives in your blood, you should learn to use it deliberately, not just instinctively." The conversation continued as evening deepened into night, plans made and future possibilities discussed. The wizarding world would soon learn of Voldemort's final defeat, but for now, in this strange mansion with its even stranger occupants, Harry found himself simply enjoying the moment. Later, as the others retired to their rooms, Harry stepped onto one of the mansion's balconies for a final moment of reflection. The night sky stretched above him, stars unusually bright in the absence of city lights. "They'll never truly understand what happened today," came Wednesday's voice as she joined him at the railing. "The Ministry, the wizarding public. They'll create their own narrative. Harry Potter, the boy who lived again, vanquishing the Dark Lord in heroic combat. Let them, Harry replied. The truth is too complicated anyway. Truth usually is, she agreed. Which is why most people prefer comfortable fictions. They stood in companionable silence for a moment, watching the stars. Your family is, not what I expected when I accidentally summoned your grandmother, Harry finally said. Few people get what they expect from an Addams, Wednesday replied. It's part of our charm. I'm glad, though, Harry continued. Glad it was your family that came through that portal. I'm not sure anyone else could have handled Voldemort and Umbridge quite so, effectively. The ghost of a smile touched Wednesday's usually impassive face. We have a certain perspective on darkness that others lack. We see its beauty as well as its danger. Will I see you again? Harry asked. After this summer? Undoubtedly, she assured him. The Addams family never truly leaves once we've adopted someone. And you, Harry Potter, are definitely an honorary Addams now. Should I be worried about that? Harry asked, only half joking. Terrified, Wednesday confirmed, but her eyes held something like affection. But never alone. That's the Addams family promise. As they returned inside, Harry realized that among the many unexpected gifts of this bizarre summer, perhaps the greatest was this, a family that embraced the darkness rather than feared it, that saw strength in strangeness, and that had shown him how to defeat his greatest enemy not through superior power, but through the very humanity Voldemort had rejected. The wizarding world would soon celebrate the vanquishing of the Dark Lord. But Harry would remember the truth, that Voldemort had ultimately been defeated not by the boy who lived, but by the family that lived differently. And somewhere between dimensions, in a pocket of existence beyond normal space and time, a pink-clad figure and a snake-faced dark wizard continued their eternal disagreement, bound together in a fate more creative than death, more fitting than justice, and more darkly humorous than anyone but an Addams could have designed. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.